Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Insights by Janita with Janita France. Live from insightsbyjanita.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights by Janita
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for joining in. My name is Janita Francis and it's an absolute pleasure to be here reading with you all and also connecting in, of course. So I'm over in the beautiful Sydney in Australia, if my accent did not give it away. We have had tremendous bushfires in the last few weeks in particular, so we're very safe where we are, but those north of us have not been as safe, unfortunately. So our thoughts and our prayers are out with them right now. What you can expect from me from Insights by Janita, look, I have been doing this for a very, very long time. So basically, I just let Spirit take over and do whatever they want to do. They bring the messages through. We have a chat. We can use different modalities. I will get Spirit coming in. They will shake my camera. They will do all sorts of things while we're trying to work. So we can look forward to them having their shenanigans, I suppose you could call it. I use cards as well. There's crystal balls, the gypsy fortune telling. There's a little touch on numerology, but my favorite subject ever, of course, is astrology. So obviously astrology on shows like this can be a little bit difficult because it's quite complex and layered of how we break up your personality and how we can use that to give you the best possible outcome for your life. It's let you know where your soul contract is, let you know what you signed up for this lifetime, because we forget about it as infants, and then get you on your path. You know, so I'm a huge advocate for the evolution of self. I will touch on relationship readings, however, they are not my favorite thing. My favorite thing ever is the relationship that you have with yourself and how you grow and how you evolve and what you bring to the table, teaching you about your tolerance and non-tolerance, so what you will put up with and what you won't put up with, basically. So it's really a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. So I've been doing this, as I said, for a long time. Brought it through with me from my previous lifetime, and it's just a blast. It's such a blast to be able to work in the spirit world with a whole bunch of lovely people, and of course to meet all the listeners and the watchers. So that's very, very cool. So what I thought we might start today is getting a little bit of an energy read and feeling what's going on. Mercury is in retrograde. Now, I will flip between, I do the whole 8 clairs. So if you're familiar with clairaudient, clairvoyant, clairsentient, clairempathy, I flip between all 8 of them. So I'm very, very lucky like that. So I may not necessarily stick to the one modality when I'm doing a reading for you, and that's okay, you know. We just get what we need to get, and we'll get everyone smiling and feeling better about themselves. So, yeah, very cool. I have got my cog chart. I'll put it up there for you. That's my cog chart. I call chakras cogs because we are a machine. Some of us are not as well oiled anymore as they perhaps once were. And our cogs actually make up our machine. So when our cogs are out of alignment, or not operating at their optimum, that can cause us some unrest and some problems, and systematic problems, emotional problems, physical issues as well. So it's really important that when we're doing frequency work that we have a little look at any of our cogs that may be causing a bit of friction point for us, and what we can do to be able to work with that, to strengthen that area, to make it look more appealing. Instead of, you know, people sometimes like take emotions, for example. People go, oh, I'm so emotional. It's not a bad thing. It's just about understanding how to look at a deeper level of your emotions and look at a deeper level of what that emotion means. Is it a triggered response? Is it a learned response? How we're coping with that emotion, what we're going to learn from that emotion. If we're constantly in a state of anger or constantly in a state of sadness, then we need to work out where that imbalance is. And quite often that imbalance is unresolved concerns, unresolved trauma, just not understanding where our cogs are out of alignment and where our cogs need a little bit of squeaking up, a bit of more oil on them. So that's what my passion is all about. So I'm really looking forward to being here and to be in front of the camera and to have a chat with you all. And we might head off to a caller and see how we go. Oh, we've got Brittany in Greenville. Oh, I'm looking forward to talking. Brittany. Now, sometimes I'll say names multiple times. I do that because I'm tuning into the frequency of the name. So I'm using harmonics as well, which is an astrology term, but I'm feeling the harmonic that comes with Brittany, okay? So that's what I'm doing. So, yeah, let's go. Brittany, are you there?
Yeah.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. Can you hear me?
I can indeed. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Excellent. What can I do for you, my love?
Well, maybe you do mediumship too.
Sorry?
Do you do mediumship?
I can do mediumship.
Could you do mediumship for me?
I can try. Who are you looking at? Who are you looking to get?
Either my grandmother or my best friend.
Oh. What? How did your best friend pass?
Car accident.
Yeah, there was the crushing of the chest is the big thing that's come through here. It's not a. How long ago? Are we talking female energy here?
Yeah.
Yeah. How long ago was the accident?
About 13, 14 years ago, when I was 18.
Yeah.
She was 18.
Wow. It's quite. When people come through, they sort of sign up for what they're going to go through this lifetime. She's certainly let go of that. She's around you quite a bit though, so you must have had a really strong friendship, more like a sisterhood as opposed to just a mate. Well, Australians call them mates, but it's a really close sisterly bond. It's almost like you had previous lifetimes together as well. The crushing feeling that I'm getting on my throat, and I'm getting reflux as well. So does she die instantly, or does she need to go to hospital for a little while first?
They say that she pretty much could have died instantly before she got to the hospital, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So did you guys play sport together or something? Why has she got balls around her?
What does she have?
Balls. Like
Balls?
sports balls. Yeah.
I don't know.
She's playful. Let me interpret what she's doing. So what she's got a soccer ball, she's kicking it around a field, she's laughing, she's enjoying life, the sun shines on her. So she must have been not necessarily in the prime of her life, but there wasn't a lot of stress or worry for her at this particular time. When she comes through, she shows me that she's got a lot of crushing energy here. So she was actually just starting to find her voice. So whether she wasn't allowed to talk a lot or she just was a more quieter person outside of her normal close friendship, like she didn't have a lot to say, but she's keeping things close to her chest, which is why I keep touching mine. They give me little tips by what to do and where to go. But she's writing. Do you know what she wanted to do for a living? It kind of feels like she's trying to show me all these different things. So the playfulness, that being outside, the joking, the laughing, the crushing. Now she's showing me writing, that she's writing a lot of things. Was she still in school when this happened?
Yeah. Well, after she died, I used to write to her.
Okay. Okay. So that's why she's bringing the writing through. All
Like,
right. Does she like?
I was pregnant when she died, and I was writing her a lot because I couldn't talk to her.
Okay. Do you see similarities between your best friend and your child?
My older daughter, the one that I was pregnant with, yes, a lot.
Yeah. 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 So you know
A
what
lot.
you've already suspected that this was the case before, and I've got goosebumps. So there's just
She
some
like
sort
walks
of
like her, and
yeah.
she's
Even
graceful
bone.
like her, and she it's kind of like my friend, her name was Destiny. She was kind of like to me like an angel, very graceful, very a different presence. But me and her were like inseparable, and we didn't even end up going to the same school for many years. We still were inseparable.
Yeah. She's got it makes it a little bit difficult because I'm not sure what your flowers are over there, but over here we've got these little tiny, well, they're about as big as, a little bit bigger than your thumb, and then there's little yellow flowers, and we use them to make daisy chains, so the necklaces and things like that. And I don't know what you guys have got, but she's got yellow flowers around her, so it could be indicative of the sunshine, it could be indicative of her love of outdoors, or she could actually just love yellow flowers, but she's got them and she's actually keeping them. So usually, when spirit comes through and they want to bring a flower or they want to bring something symbolic to you, they'll bring one. They very rarely bring a whole bunch. So they're she's just gathering up all these different types of yellow flowers. So maybe you would like to grow some yellow flowers in your backyard or on your patio or something as a little we're here, we're listening, we love you. I know that you still talk to her often as well, but I really feel your daughter's connection has just got something magical going on there, because even like when everybody has got their own frequency. Okay, so I'm not saying that it's a match, a full DNA match or anything too scientific, but when I tune into your daughter's energy and I tune into your best friend's energy, there's so many commonalities, like even mannerism, bone structure. It's just very quirky. It's very quirky, okay? We can say that.
Like her feet and everything. Yeah. Her feet and her presence. Like I'm literally, it is strange. And even Destiny's mom would say that was little Destiny.
Yeah.
And like her mom, like I felt like her mom thought the same thing. Maybe just because me and Destiny before she died, we kind of said I was going to have a girl, and I said I wanted to name her Elise, and she said, "Well, that's my middle name." I said, "Well, I can't do that. Then everybody'd be mad at me." And she said, "Oh, okay, whatever, And she died, and I was like, "Well, you got your way, because now her name is Elise, because that was Destiny's middle name." But I felt like something in that, and the fact that she left while I was pregnant. It was just weird because she went to my first appointment with me, and I was young, I was 18. But there's a lot of similarities between the two, and we've had some really weird spiritual things happen, and I always felt like Destiny had a part of it.
Yeah, your little girl's quite intuitive. Okay, so if she says to you that she's seeing imaginary friends or she's seeing things out of the corner of her eye, she's actually attuned quite well to the spirit. There they go. See my camera flick then. So she's quite attuned to the spirit world. Okay, so whatever she comes back with, whatever she tells you and shares with you, take it on board. Don't let her go too crazy just yet, because she's still a very impressionable age. But crystals would be a great thing for her to get involved in, because she's got this beautiful old-fashioned frequency about her. It's a really nice frequency.
Which daughter?
Yeah.
I have two daughters, and my younger one is 6, and she's into crystals. My older one, not so much yet.
Ah, okay. Well, that's interesting. I would have flipped that because there's a definite crystal connection, but I wouldn't have associated that with the youngest one. That's very cool,
she
though.
likes crystals.
Anything they get into it, very cool. Yeah. All right. I think. What's your oldest daughter's name, if you wouldn't mind sharing?
Elise.
Okay, so she's going to develop her psychic awareness anyway, okay? So that's a natural thing for her. It is a natural progression for her. She's got little square palms. So see how my palms are a little bit square? They're sort of square looking. Your daughters are going to have the same sorts of things. They'll get quite hot as well. So she's got healer's hands. So whatever modality she starts to study, and she's just going to do a U-turn one day and flip it and start doing some real spiritual stuff. That's when the crystals come in. Something just triggers her. She's very, very aware, very aware. I like her energy. It's really nice. She hangs on to a lot of her emotions though, so she needs to find a good way of getting some of those emotions out so they don't fester up and build up inside of her.
Yeah, anger maybe, frustration. She gets frustrated easily.
Let me know what the key is to get rid of frustration. I haven't learned that one yet.
Yeah.
Excellent.
No,
all right, my darling.
I do feel like there's a connection between her and she knows that she's named after my best friend. She's mentioned her before, so it's cool.
Beautiful. It's really lovely. How lucky for you. That's a beautiful process. I'm very honoured to have that happen for you.
Yeah.
All right, my darling, I'm going to get on to the next reader, the next caller. So hopefully I've helped you.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Take care.
All right,
bye-bye. Okay. That was lovely. What a beautiful connection. I've seen that a few times, maybe less than a dozen times in my lifetime, where people have passed and they've come straight back into that same. It's just sometimes things happen, and although we sign up for a lot of things when we come into this lifetime, we still have unfinished business sometimes, and the spirit decides or soul decides to come back and come back into that family unit or that environment to continue the path and continue that soul contract. And it's just beautiful when I see it. I love it. It's so cool. All right, let's go to Shannon in Raymond Terrace. Oh, an Aussie caller. Let's go. Hi, Shannon. Can you hear me?
Hi.
Hello.
Yes,
how are you?
Good, thank you.
All right, my love, what can I do for you? Oh, you're sticking point. You're at a crossroad. Look at that, and I'm getting caught, so you don't know what to do. What's going on for you?
No, I don't know.
All right. Do you want,
There's lots of things happening.
Yeah, there's too many. You've got too many balls in the air, and you just. But you know what? You don't really have a choice just at the moment because they're all. I know that you get caught on your merry-go-round in your head sometimes, and it's a little bit hard to get off that hamster wheel. But some of these things need your attention as well. It's kind of like you've spread yourself a little bit thin just at the minute. That's coming to an end, though. Okay, when's your next birthday?
It's coming up next month.
Beautiful. Nice one. So you're actually starting to want to get some clarity on things so you can move forward in a better manner because you do not want next year to be like this year in any way, shape or form.
No way.
Yeah. You've been through the ringer. Okay. So you're being pulled towards your base cog, okay? So that means that you've got to build your strong foundation. I'm starting to choke, so I know that you're finding your voice. The people or the environment that you've been around, probably in the last, give me an indicator please, 7 years, you've learned a lot in your life, a lot, and you're starting to put some of those experiences into practice now. And when you do that, you're finding your voice, so you're finding that balance. The reason why your cog or the cog for your base came up is because now's the time for you to really build a very strong framework and foundation moving forward, so that you're not bringing any of those repeated lessons. You know how you've had a couple of here we go again moments? So you're going to be able to let go of those. Yeah, look, I'm hearing you, sister. Trust me. It took me a little while to get there too, and I'm supposed to know what I'm talking about. So, but it's all lessons, and you've learned a lot. And although you're like me, very stubborn in your younger years, it took a little bit of different types of lessons for you to actually get the big picture lesson. You're there now. How old will you be at your birthday?
Pardon?
How old will you be on your birthday?
38.
38, nice one. Okay. So you're coming into your astrological midlife crisis, and you're also coming into your third pinnacle. So what that means is anything that doesn't absolutely rock your world, rock your boat, have you smiling so much that your face hurts, you're going to want to clear away. Now, whether that relationships, job, we're stuck with our kids, unfortunately or fortunately, but any behaviours that you want to break, habits that have formed over the years, that's self-sabotage that you do, that's starting to break away now as well, because you're finding your worth and you're feeling much more comfortable with that. Are you practicing on the spiritual? Are you? Yeah, you are. Okay. I was going to ask you if you're working on your spiritual path for yourself. And my posse, who's my spirit team, they came straight at the top and said, "Yeah, damn straight she is." So,
Absolutely.
Yeah. Look, your soul has come through a lot. Okay, a lot. And we've all got our own little things going on. But for you, some of the lessons that you had to learn were things that you actually physically had to go through yourself. And that makes you've got two choices. You can be hard and you can be insensitive and you can get nowhere, or you can understand your vulnerabilities, understand your strengths, which is that softness that you're starting to find back. You're getting that feminine power back that you lost for such a long time. And it feels nice. It feels nice. I can feel you shifting. There's a big thing come up here. I've just tuned in and had a look at your heart cog, and that's around forgiveness of yourself. So that's that self-sabotage we touched on just before, where you get a bit angry with yourself because, why didn't I see this coming? Why did that happen? What's wrong with me? Those sorts of things. That's the thing of the past for you now, my love. You grab this next birthday by the kahunas and just say, I want more, I'm deserving of more, and this is what I'm going to get. Start doing your... Okay, so you've got some kind of vision board that you've got happening. Keep doing that. Bring it out, print it out, stick it on your wall, do something so it's physical, it's tangible, because you're a touchy-feely person, and because your mind has got so many things going on, it'd be hard for you to keep hold of a visualization. So if you could print out your vision board, print out the things that you want to manifest and bring into your life, that will work a lot better for you. And claiming back your personal power. So you've had relationships in the past that have removed your personal power, or that you've just had to give up your personal power. And look at that, all the weight on the world on your neck. So those neck issues that you get, that tightening in your neck muscles and down the back of your neck, and also this little front bit here is you hanging on for dear life. So all that's going to leave you, okay? You're going in a better direction, because you know that you can't continue. You know that something needs to change. And the last few years you've been working really hard to make sure that those changes come about. So good on you. I love it when people love themselves enough to want to try a different way. It's just awesome. It's so cool. Now we're going 6th house. What do you do for a living?
I look after my children.
Beautiful. You're going to turn that into a little business, okay? I don't think it's looking after other people's children, but I think you're going to have a little business where you'll be able to bring in a little bit of passive income, a little bit of income extra for yourself, okay? So is that something that you've been thinking about doing?
Oh, no, I have a lot of experience with special needs and all that type of stuff.
Love it. Cool. Wonder what you can do there. There's something coming in for you where you've got an opportunity to build some income coming in, and you're going to love it. That's why you've got that beautiful energy. But when did you start going, oh, okay, all right. So you're you'll go back to work when your youngest is old enough as far as you're concerned, okay, and you will love it. But there's something else coming in for you in the meantime that is an income generator that will give you a little bit of a buffer zone. But the last thing I want to say to you is be very, very kind to yourself, because if you have a look and give gratitude for everything that you've got in your life, and then you reflect back at all those obstacles and challenges that were chucked in front of you, and then have another look at what you've got right now in your life, you just come such a long way. And they didn't break you, is what they're saying. They didn't break you.
Oh, no.
They did. They gave you a good bloody job, though, didn't they? Good grief.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Okay. I've got to go. I've got 1 minute to go. So thank you very much for your time, Shannon. It was lovely to speak with you.
Okay, thank you.
And what you can do, thank you all for listening today. I've really enjoyed being here on my first show. I absolutely look forward to next week now that all my nerves and my jitters have gone. If you're looking for a private reading with me, you can touch base on my website, www.insightsbyjanitafrancis.com. I'm also on Facebook, of course. You can look up Insights by Janita Francis, and Instagram, Insights by Janita Francis as well. So I'm just trying to keep everything uniform, so you can find me in any of those three modalities, website, Facebook or Instagram. Available for online readings as well. Also, I do video readings, lots of different things. So if you're interested in grabbing a reading from me, you're more than welcome. Jump on the website, hook up with me on Facebook, and we will go from there. We can do lots of different things, lots of different modalities, and it's always fun. It's just fun. So we can learn about ourselves, learn about our direction and where we're going. I also do astrology charts as well. So from there, you know, we can delve right deeper, and it might even have a chat about astrology and how that works, and my story about Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs at our next meeting next week. So I hope you've enjoyed yourself. I've certainly enjoyed mine. Loved having the callers on. Weren't they beautiful people? It's just awesome work to connect in with everyone. So yeah, very, very, very grateful. And I'll bring out my charts, and I'll bring out some cards, and we'll do some sacred power and life purpose readings and all sorts of things to get us connected in with what we're here for and what we need to do. So thanks again. Bye for now.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the High Frequency Channel with Rebecca Urich. Live from the highfrequencychannel.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is the High Frequency Channel
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, welcome to the High Frequency Channel. This is Rebecca Urich. You are listening to A1R Psychic Radio and watching Moonstruck TV. You are tuning in for transformation tonight. I'm so thrilled to be here. I am very excited to announce that I passed my test. And you're like, what does that mean? I am officially a financial coach. And so I help people with their finances. I help people make money and I help people save money. So I have a question for you because I am learning the secrets of the wealthy. My question for you is, do you think that the wealthy are wealthy because they have more money or because they have more education? Well, it's a little bit of both, but mostly because they have more education. And I am so thrilled to be able to offer my educational services at no cost to you. So if you are interested in knowing the secrets of the wealthy, which are not secrets anymore because I know them and I'm going to share them with the world, and I am going to be helping all of mankind fix their finances, change their finances, set themselves up for a beautiful retirement. One of the biggest problems that I run into in coaching is people not having the money to be able to hire a coach. And so I am going directly in and resolving their problems with their finances. And I'm telling you, the information the educational part of what I do, which is again at no cost for you. So feel free to reach out to RebeccaUrich.com and go to the contact page. Send me a message. I would love to set up a 30-minute money financial education little webinar with you. The information is mind-blowing. And it is what everybody needs. But I'm here to tell you that it is because of education. And that is why the wealthy keep getting wealthier and the poor keep getting poorer. Because number one, you're not putting your money in the right places. But two, we're just in a pattern of where we put our money and how we save. And when we just make a little bit of a shift, everything starts to change. But I'm letting you know that the information that I have is not a mindset or a law of attraction thing. It is literally factual. It is the facts and knowing your options. So like I said, I am thrilled to be able to offer my financial educational services at no cost to you. So please feel free. It may not be a fit for you, and that is okay. That is okay, but the information that I have to offer is something that you need to hear, and then you can make your decision from that. So please feel free to reach out to RebeccaUrich.com. Send me a message or Facebook me through the High Frequency Channel. And I would love to hear from you. I would love to set up some time and help you out, show you the way, show you how the wealthy do it, because that's where I'm headed. And I would love to share it with you. So I also wanted you to know that I have an amazing coaching program. I have lots of beautiful clients in my group coaching program. And I'm also offering a 30-minute call with that as well. So if you are interested in a little breakthrough call, 30 minutes at no cost to you, I am happy to book that with you as well. So feel free to jump on to RebeccaUrick.com and send me a message, or the High Frequency channel, send me a message through there. So I want you to know that you are the only one that can help yourself. So one thing I've been talking with my clients about is a lot of people are waiting for something to happen before they will take the steps to move in the direction of their vision. I've talked about creating a vision of the life that you would love to live. That is an absolute. We live in the future. We need to be done with our past. I'm telling you right now, you have to be done. Like it's an illusion. It's not real. It's time to just be done and move forward with everything that you've learned from your past. Okay? We live in the future. That's where I'm going. That's where I'd like to see you in the future. So create that vision, okay? Today, now. No more time. There's no more time for you to waste. It is time, right? So what happens after we create that vision? A lot of us wait. We turn and we're grateful for everything. That's a big trend right now, is to be grateful. And yes, that will change your life. However, if you do not take action steps toward that vision, that life that you would love to live, the universe is not going to step forward towards you. So when you take a check to the bank, you have to sign the back of the check before the bank will give you money. You have to take an action step in service of your dream. Those action steps keep the molecules of the universe moving. So remember, there's always work. There's always infinite intelligence happening all the time. You may not see it, but it is always happening. So when you are inspired to take an action step, take the step. And it doesn't have to be a big, huge, enormous step, because baby steps will take you all the way up Mount Everest, right? It can be just clearing a junk drawer, getting ready and making some room. It could be cleaning your desk. It could be doing some research on Google. It could be reaching out to somebody who you have some questions for. They can be very, very simple action steps. But what we want to do is we want to be in that inspiration, that enthusiasm, which means to be in God, right? So it is the blend and the balance of the divine feminine and the divine masculine. The divine feminine is the receiving energy, the receiving of an idea or some guidance, and then nurturing it and giving it life, using your imagination to bring it to life. And then you get the next step, the guidance for whatever it is, that the inspired action step, which is the divine masculine. Stepping into that action step, making it happen, right? And then stepping back into the divine feminine, nourishing, receiving, and then taking an action step, an inspired action step, right? If it is, we live in a culture where it's about push, and force and making things happen. So if you are going to take a step and you feel that it's very forced, that you feel like, oh my God, well, I just got to get this done in order to get to the next thing. No, not time to do it. You are not in inspiration, and the universe is not necessarily on your side. So it is when you are in joy, when you are in happiness, that you take those action steps, and no sooner. So it becomes the balance of learning when to relax, enjoy, take a load off, and when to forge forward, when to, with that inspired action, to move in the direction of your dream, to start making these steps to make the molecules of the universe move, the infinite side move in the direction of the life that you would love to live. Now, the next thing that happens is that everything in service of you actually getting to your dream shows up, but also everything that is in service of you not getting there is also going to show up. And it's not showing up because the universe is like, no, I don't want you to have it. The universe is bringing those things up for you to show you what is blocking you, what is in the way of you getting to your dream. So those things that are showing up that show up as blocks or restrictions or bumps in the road are actually things that you need to work out, work through, heal in order to get to your dream. Or actually, I should say, because you can't really get to your dream has to come through you, through your enthusiasm, through that being connected to God, that enthusiasm, your inspiration is where it is and where it is going to take you wildly and boldly where you have never gone before. It is going to be an adventure. It is going to be fun. It's going to be challenging. It's going to grow you. And if you are ready for this in your life, definitely hit me up for a 30-minute call. I would love to chat with you, see if you're a fit for my program, see if I'm a fit for what you're looking for, or reach out to me with some financial information. Let's do that educational so that you know the secrets of the wealthy. And I'm telling you what, it is very mind-blowing. You want to know why? It is so simple. It is so simple. The problem is that we have always been guided in different directions. What is normal for everybody is where everybody feels comfortable. But when you learn that there's another better way, it is very easy to shift your direction and to want to go in another way. So, like I said, reach out, like my page, The High Frequency Channel, and go to thehighfrequencychannel.com and sign up. Go to the contact page, reach out to me, and let me know if you want a financial education webinar with me, or if you would like a one-on-one coaching 30-minute call. So, what else can we talk about? I will tell you another thing, another hint, and it does have to do a little bit with money. When you are chasing your higher self, when you are chasing your biggest excitement, money will chase you. So when you are in your highest excitement, your best excitement with what you would love to do, money will chase you. So reach out to me, RebeccaUrick.com, and I am ready for my first caller. Is it Katrina?
Hi, Rebecca.
Hey, how are ya?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. I love your energy. How are you today?
I'm actually feeling a little bit down, but I'm good. I've got a cold.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, not fun.
Okay. So I usually source Infinite, and I use Oracle cards. I'm a dream builder coach and a life mastery consultant. So I usually just kind of do a general reading. But do you have anything specific you'd like me to do?
I am concerned about my current relationship.
Okay. Now, are you Go ahead.
I'm in a relationship, but it's been kind of rocky on and off for the past couple, I'd say like 2 months.
Okay.
We've been
How long
together
have you
for
guys
5
been together?
months.
Okay.
5
Okay.
months.
Okay. How do you feel about it?
I love him. I
Okay.
adore him, but he has some things that he needs to work on.
Okay.
And
he hasn't done his homework yet, huh?
yeah, he has a drinking problem, so it's kind of scary.
Okay. 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 So, well, what I'm getting for you is, for you would be, forgiveness and, kind of a little bit of allowing him to be who he is. When we try and teach them or tell them, it really doesn't work, right? You can love them as much as you possibly can, but it isn't going, they have to help themselves, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm getting for you that, forgiving the situation. Are you holding on to any resentment about this or anger, repressed anger?
A little bit of anger over a few things that he said. So, yeah.
Okay. So,
he said some things when he was intoxicated, so it was...
Sure. Yeah, okay. So it becomes, all right, forgiveness isn't a one-time thing. It is something that we do over and over and over again, and over time, those wounds begin to heal, or you can jump into understanding, which is understanding that he has some things deep down trauma. We have to remember that pretty much every single one of us has an addiction, first of all, right? Whether it be, drug and alcohol, or if it's shopping or social media or worry, or, it could be anything. But to remember that every single person is the way they are because of something in their life, whether it was passed down from lifetime to lifetime or from generational. Everybody is the way they are because of something in their life. So something in his life, like I said, whether it was passed down or he obviously had to learn it some way, happened to trigger this kind of addiction. And so what happens is the addiction sort of becomes either the numbing so that he doesn't have to feel the trauma, or that the addiction actually makes him feel better so that he feels like he is more on top of it and with it and connected. Okay, so I don't know which one it is for him, but for you, if you can work on forgiveness or jump to understanding that it isn't necessarily going to be, he's got to do it himself, right? So no one, his mother, even the love of his mother can't fix him. You know what I'm saying? Like all the love in the world cannot fix it. He has to do that work. But if you can have more understanding that there is, that's who he is now because of something that happened, and whether you're able to say that to him or not, I don't know. But just in yourself, having that understanding is very freeing for you. Okay.
Okay.
I'm also getting that it is time for maybe you to do some socializing with other people. So getting involved with more like-minded people, maybe, taking a little bit, get some air around it. Take a little bit of a break. Now, men are hunters. They like to hunt, right? So when you're out and about and going out with girlfriends and busy and stuff like that, then he has to kind of do a little bit of work. They like that. And I'm telling you, I've been married for almost 15 years. it still happens in your marriage. Like, it's just, it's not me like going to the bars and, hitting at people, but there's still a little bit of that, chase and I don't know. It just keeps it fun. It keeps it exciting. So maybe going out with some other people and making new connections with people and being excited about that will, it kind of shakes things up a little bit. So right now, I think what's happening is, after 5 months, it may be settling a little bit into another place, and maybe it's not where you want it to be. So you kick it into gear by like kind of shaking the snow globe. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, definitely.
And then also remember that you are an open vessel to receive support. So even just asking the universe and being quiet for a couple minutes a day and asking for guidance, like what should you do? Where should you go? Asking what the next steps are. So remember, we live in an infinite universe, so there is a solution to every problem, and there is a path to every dream, and there is guidance for every situation. So when you get quiet and you listen and breathe, why don't you take a breath with me right now too? Good. And just take some breaths and really connect, let go of the worry and the doubt and the fear, and just listen to the breath. The breath connects you to the infinite side where all the answers are, all of them. There is an answer to everything. So maybe even posing a question that you might have, and then just being open to receiving the answer, the solution, whatever it is, the path to what you're looking for.
That makes sense. A lot of sense.
So that's going to help you to navigate this relationship, right? So you get the answers that you need, you know where to go, you know what to do. Also, part of this is a lot of self-care. How are you on your self-care routine?
So I had kind of gained some weight, and I'm right now working on losing the weight and getting myself healthy. I'm sorry.
Great.
This cold is not working for me.
No, that's great. Excellent. Because self-care makes you vibrant, and it makes you glow, and it makes you more sexy, and it makes you more romantic. And so with, kind of shaking the snow globe and going out and doing something different and doing some self-care, even if it's like taking a bath or, whatever it might be, with some candles, doing things that make you feel good are going to be really important to keep the relationship nice and fresh. Okay. And then I'm also getting that you've got some big changes coming to you. It's going to be good because of the work that you've done. So be on the lookout for some really fun and new things happening for you. And make sure you take up those opportunities that come.
Okay.
That sounds. So I don't know that I gave you. That
sounds like a blessing. That would be awesome.
Yeah, first, it's definitely, it is a very blessed change for you. And you are supported in every step of the way. So you have lots of support. You can connect to the support, making time for yourself because it's important. And then don't settle. So I know you love this guy and it's amazing. And if he doesn't make changes, it may not be able to, it may not, this is kind of like that critical point where he's either going to do something and get help, or he's just not, he is where he is. He's got to do the work himself. But if you stay in the work, that also actually supports him too.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, good.
I know a lot of his past, so a lot of what you're telling me is stuff that really makes sense with what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably coming forward right now for whatever reason. This could be that he really likes you, and it's something that he hasn't had before, and that can be scary. So easiest thing to do would be to drink, right? When you're scared or doing new things, there's always that like fear. So I don't, whatever it might be, and whatever the trigger is for him to be, drinking too much, it's happening. But, you've got to take care of yourself. You've got to do what you've got to do. And hopefully he comes around. Hopefully he kind of catches on to your energy and he takes care of himself and begins to, change his life.
Well, I hope so. And that gives me a lot of good things to look for and things to think about.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. One thing I would say too is like, talk to him about your addiction, whatever it might be. Do you know what I'm saying? And maybe do some inner work on your addictions so that you can actually kind of relate in some way, but also be able to share your feelings and how it triggers you, and whatever, like, let's say it's worry, like, you're like, hey, I'm all great, but then I worry, my mother worried, she, whatever it might be, the pattern that exists. If you can experience and talk about it within yourself, you can then navigate it with somebody else. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. And that's
open up the
like
conversation.
My food. Yeah.
Food.
Food. That's how I
absolutely.
That's how I got unhealthy.
Yeah. Exactly.
So.
All right, my dear. Well, make sure you like my page, the High Frequency Channel. I would love to hear how things are going and keep up with me. Make sure you like, and I usually go live with free readings there too, so you can catch me again. I'd love to know what's going on with you. And have a beautiful evening, everyone. This is Rebecca from the High Frequency Channel. Make sure you message me if you'd like a free 30-minute call, either a financial education or a coaching call. Go to RebeccaUrick.com and message me through there, or the High Frequency Channel. I'm going to go live right after the show with free reading, so join me there. Have a beautiful evening. Namaste.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.wixsite.com/Perry Lyons.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is New York City Celebrity Psychic
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey, cats and kittens. This is Perry Lyons, PRILYNS. New York City celebrity psychic. I'm really glad to see you here. And before we do the fabulous tarot weather, I want to talk a little about something I've been seeing in my practice and then recently in my personal life, it's this thing about a narcissistic partner. And, I'm smart. I've done a lot of stuff, but some stuff I'm good about. And I thought I knew at this age all the signs and all the markers. And I've been talking to a lot of my friends, male and female, who've been going through something similar. Let me start from the top. Here's the thing. This culture right now promotes a huge amount of sort of narcissism. And narcissism is not what people think is like, oh, they really love themselves. No, it's the exact opposite. And the story of Narcissus, it's a Greek myth about a young man who is so beautiful, and but he'd never seen himself because they didn't have many mirrors in ancient Greece. The one day he was passing by a little still lake, and he looked into it, and he saw his own reflection. And it was so beautiful that he was transfixed, and he could never move from that spot, or didn't want to, because he just kept looking at the reflection and saying to the reflection, oh, you lovely creature, who are you? Who are you? And there's this nymph. There's always a nymph, right? There was this nymph who followed him because she was in love with him. And back then they didn't call it stalking. Nymphing. I don't know what they called it. But her name was Echo. And there was a spell put on them by a passing goddess. Passing goddesses do that sort of thing. So for the rest of time, Narcissus was gazing into this little mirror lake, right? And at his own reflection, couldn't look away. And all he could say is, who are you? And Echo would say, who are you? He'd say, you're so beautiful. And Echo would say, you're so beautiful. Imagine after the first 100 years or so, this got tedious, but Greek myths they're not big in sequels. So the tragedy of this, symbolism of this, is that Narcissus doesn't know who he is. So he keeps gazing at his own reflection, at what the world tells him, because he doesn't have a true sense of self. So narcissists need what's called narcissistic supply, which is not like Purina narcissism kibble. It's not like something you just go out and get them. It usually comes from, they need a partner. They don't like to be alone. And this is what they often do. They want what's called love bomb this partner. Being courted by a narcissist is so fabulous, although they usually don't pay. Narcissists will tell you that you understand them like nobody else has. They understand you. You have a special kind of beauty that he understands, which they tend to tell to women over 40, naming no names. And so that's a narcissist will love bomb, and you'll get a supply, and everything you do will be perfect, and you will walk on air. Here's the problem with walking on air. Watch an old cartoon with Wile E. Coyote on it, where he goes off the cliff, and he's walking on air for a while, and then suddenly he looks down. Boom! So there comes a moment, and hi, Amanda in Barnier. I'll be within 5 minutes, okay? So there comes a moment. Sure, nice to see you. There comes a moment with narcissists where they get used to you being like that poor nymph Echo, where you're trying to always make them happy by complimenting them or by encouraging them, and then they get bored. And what happens is they've sort of squeezed up that supply. It's kind of, and the other thing is you usually have to walk an eggshell zone, because if you don't say how great they are, if you say, hey, you know what, you're not always listening to me, like, you don't ask me, they tend to get very angry. You're so insensitive. How could you do that? So then what happens over a month or 6 years, whatever, is the narcissist starts to devalue the partner. So the stuff that used to be really attractive and amusing, so the narcissist is suddenly totally criticizing you for. Your freedom. Yeah, that's not freedom. That's just irresponsibility. Or your grace or your height. I find petite women, they're more interesting and attractive. Whatever. The thing that he's first love bombed you with, is then going to be the thing he devalues you for. Especially when he thinks there's another source of narcissistic supply on the horizon, which might have more status or be younger, might even be a great job. And what he does, or she does, is she will just you'll become a non-person. He or she will give you the silent treatment, like you're not even worth explaining things to. They'll also do something called gaslighting, which is where they just twist the truth and they tell you that something is true, and you're like, no, that's crazy. And sometimes you might even slap them because they're trying to provoke this response, so they can say, look at you, I told you you're crazy and violent, I'm leaving. And usually when a narcissist leaves, it's like, that's it. Sometimes they won't take your clothes, they'll just vanish and you're dead to them. So I've been seeing a lot of this. I fell for it myself recently. I thought I was so smart. So just so you know, you might want to look up narcissist, and if you meet somebody who really love bombs you, and says, I'll always be there for you, I'm going to marry you tomorrow, my dream woman, just step back and see what their actions say, and also see if they're interested in you after a certain point, or if they give you space to have your own emotions. Because what narcissists hate most of all is that other people have emotions, and the narcissist can't control that. So that's your public service announcement from me. I'm going to get, it's Amanda, right?
Yes, this is Amanda. Yeah, I'm still on the line.
What? Nice to see you. Thanks for being so patient. And
no problem.
I hope you can hear me. My iPad bit the dust. This is sort of a little replacement. Psychics and technology. Not so much. All right, darling.
I can hear you well.
What, babe? So tell me your birth date. That's how I connect to people.
My birth date is March 23rd, 1987.
Oh, cool. Aries. We love Aries here. I'm a March baby too, but a little earlier. Okay. You're smart and well balanced, even when you don't think you are. You're shy and reserved. Yep, it's lovely. You have a nice kind of emotional elegance to you. So what can I help you with today, babe?
I was hoping for medium reading, connecting with my past son.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Did he have a K name? A K in his name? Like, not Kevin, but something with a K? Or what was his first name?
It was Cyrus. Cyrus is his first name.
Cyrus.
Cyrus.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was seeing that the C is close. Oh, God. And when did he pass?
On October 23rd, 2018.
I'm so sorry. I don't want to get too much into something that might be privacy, but I'm not getting the feeling it was an illness. I get the feeling it was either either self-inflicted violence or some sort of crash. He's a little embarrassed about how he went, so he's not showing it to me.
And he might be embarrassed because, or it has to do with the fact that he did have pneumonia, but he was in the bathtub and had a seizure and passed away.
Had what? Pneumonia, but what?
He was in the bathtub.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's awful. I had my friend last year passed like that too. I really like him. He's okay. He's coming in. Give me a second. It's a funny thing to ask. Did he have dimples or a dimple or a slightly round face?
He had a very round little face and a bright smile.
The smile is what I was just going to say. And did he like creative things, musical theater or anything like that? Or
he loved to dance.
He's what?
He did love to dance.
Dance. I'm getting creativity. Do you mind if I ask, was he gay?
Pardon me?
I'm sorry, I'll speak up. Is it possible that he might have been gay?
He was just 16 and a half months old.
I'm sorry, I can't hear the end of your sentences. Say that a little louder.
Oh, sorry. He was 16 and a half months old when he passed.
Oh, God, I'm so sorry, because he wasn't. I got 16 years for me. I can't. The kid's dying is so tragic that that's hard for me to pick up. Forgive me.
No problem.
Oh, God, now I feel like such an idiot. I'm so sorry. I usually don't do medium work, but this felt important. Here's what I know about him then, because, okay, people tend to present, no matter what age they passed, they tend to present at like about 25 or 30, whether they were 90, whether they were 3 months old. So what I got was this shiny-faced, beautiful boy with these gorgeous eyes and a smile just to live for, who seemed to know that he didn't have much time here. He wasn't he was fussy at first when he had colic when he was little, but there was something about him that was a little like kind of not of this world. He was, and when you looked in his eyes, you didn't see like a baby like Gaga. You saw a person looking back. Not that babies aren't people, but you know what I mean? It's like there was a whole person.
Like a real old soul.
Is that true?
Yeah, he was like an old soul. And he had very luring eyes.
Luminous eyes,
He often drew the attention of people to him.
Yes. Yeah, that was the baby you couldn't walk down the street with, because people would just like. I'm sorry. This is I can't imagine what his parents are going through. He was there as a blessing for them, which sounds crazy in light of what happened. Because of stuff I've experienced in the last 15 years, I can tell you that love is eternal, souls are eternal, personality is eternal, and people that we love stay with us. They just do. And there's some sort of almost karmic gift or blessing. He came down, he touched the earth, and he healed something in both of his parents. Either they got back together or somebody might have physically healed. I'm sorry, in his vicinity, during his time on Earth. Was that his grandmother?
His grandmother for what?
it feels like he was a very healing presence. So during his time on Earth, it feels like he was a conduit for healing energy. So people around him got either emotionally, spiritually, or physically healed. It feels to me like a female relative of his who had been quite ill actually got better for a while when he was around. Is that true? Was that his grandmother or great-grandmother?
I don't know of anybody being in sickness. I am Cyrus's mom, and like his dad and I were having lots of hard times, and it was because of him that we stayed together.
Maybe that's it.
And like he was my light in the day,
yeah,
to be able to want to keep on going on in life. It's kind of funny how your little thing that you were talking about just before we got on the line there, but his dad is a narcissist.
Yeah, that's exactly. Oh, his dad is very much like the guy I was just specifically talking about. Very charming.
Yeah.
Utterly, I mean, just dead inside, and a real liar. I hope his mother is getting the. I know she is, because she's very lovable. Often narcissists attract very empathic people to them, or in my case, suckers. You can tell, if you want to tell his mother this for me. Sorry. It feels like there's somebody on her side of the family, a generation or two before, who is female, who passed younger than she should have. Maybe an aunt or a great aunt, something like that. So he's hanging out with relatives up there. I mean, I hate to say, like, he's happy and he's with Jesus, but in fact, he is happy, and he is he is with an eternally loving, protective spirit that loves and knows him personally. He just is. And, oh boy, I'm terribly sorry for your loss. He's especially with his mother. He's always with his mother, but she thinks like, oh, I'm going crazy. He can't really be here. I must. Love is eternal. He's very protective of her. I mean, she loves him more than anything. And she will feel him around her left side and back of her neck. She will also see signs that he's around. I want to say birds or feathers, but anything with a star on it too, like a picture of a star.
Yeah.
And he will also move stuff mischievously. He had a stuffed toy, I think in the shape of a giraffe. If it's not a giraffe, it's a very weird looking dog that is going to move around a lot. It's going to sort of like, what's this doing here? That was just over there. He will do some small stuff, kind of mischievous little boy stuff, to show her that he's there. And anytime she answers, the other thing is, whenever his mom sang to him, or put on the radio, there were a couple of songs that he just totally dug. So, any time she sings, he will be, I don't think I can do this, I'm sorry. He will be singing with her, and she will feel that. And if she can, there's some pains you just don't get over, but what you can do is recognize the truth and the love that's there and open yourself up to feel it without feeling like you're going crazy. The other thing is, he had a special, I don't know if there's an angel picture in his room, but there was an angel that he felt kind of attached to, or people associated with him. probably an archangel, either Raphael, Michael, or you know that picture of the guardian angel and the two little kids it's like the guardian angel picture. She's behind them, the two little kids in the dark road. To me, it always looks like angels that push them off. But anytime she sees that picture, something like that, it's a very specific picture. I'll send it to you after we're done. Or shoot, I'll post it in my Facebook thing. That's a sign. There are signs that she'll start to notice. I'm sorry to go on and on. It's just.
I think that she does notice, and she has had a few different things that happen around the house that have made her feel connected to him.
Like what?
Like finding white feathers in unexpected places.
There's some birds. Yeah.
And like light bulbs that aren't actually burnt out, they're just being twisted out a little bit.
Yeah.
And I believe that because of him passing in the tub, like there's puddles of water that are in unexpected places.
Yeah. So angel pictures of stars. It's like a cartoony star. Pictures of that guardian angel painting. And does she want to have another child? I mean, I'm not saying, if she has another kid, it'd be all better. But does she want to have another child?
Not to my understanding. Cyrus did have a little brother who is just 11 months younger than him.
Yeah, wow. She's going to be okay. Her life is going to change enormously. I mean, not just because of this. In the next year or two, I think she's going to go back to school and get some sort of skill that gives her security, and she's got a big life change. And you are a terrific friend. I wish we lived closer because I think you're great. And I really do. You're an empathetic, strong, lovely, caring person. Most people, when they get on this show, they just want to know about their love life. The fact that you've used your time here to talk about something in such a caring, loving way. The world is a better place because of you. And I want you to just remember that, okay? Because next year is going to be awesome for you. But please keep in touch. You're welcome.
Absolutely. I really appreciate your time and energy.
Well, you have my full attention. You can get in touch with me on Perry Lyons on Facebook. I'm still catching up with stuff because I'm getting over pneumonia, but please do. I want to know how you're doing, and she can get in touch with me if she'd like. I'll give her free 15 minutes. All right.
Okay.
God bless. Thank you for calling. And to all thank you. To all my cherished viewers, the people, this is kind of a sacred space, and not because of me, but because of you guys. And I just am really grateful that you allow me to have this connection. And so go forth and have a terrific week. And remember, you're the only one of you that ever was or ever will be. And so give that gift. And don't be bad girl. But remember, your presence in other people's lives is a gift. God bless you, my dears.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Divine Guidance with Angel Tuzigno. Angel Tuzigno. Live from CrystalClear101.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Divine Guidance
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Divine Guidance with Angel. Okay, let's get a little housekeeping out of the way because I tend to forget or I run out of time at the end of the show. So you can reach me at crystalclear101.com. You can email me at cosmicearthangel@outlook.com. Or you can go to my Facebook page, which is Crystal Clear 101 Holistic Healing and Products, and you can message me from there. All right. I hope that last week's show hit a lot of spots for everybody. Now that Remembrance Day is over, it kind of went poof, and Christmas has exploded in the city of Saskatoon. So I thought I would go into a little bit about surviving the holidays when we're an empath or we're sensitive to energy or we're just feeling overwhelmed. So some of the stuff I do is I tend to meditate more. So I'll meditate in the morning and I'll meditate before I go to bed. It just helps to clear the chakras and get myself kind of grounded in the right frame of mind, because let's just face it, in the holiday season, we have a lot of humbugs and we have a lot of people that are just kind of on the scale of extremely happy. And we kind of have to find our center ground where we can mediate everything so it works out for us. The next thing that I'm sure everybody has noticed over the times, I bling and glitter myself out with a lot of gemstones. There's many gemstones that can be used. What's important is what feels good for you. All gems will do the same work. You can program them to be protection stones. You can program them to help with anxiety and ease. Some stones automatically do some of these things. So research and learn your crystals, learn your stones, okay? The other thing is, face it, go out and buy yourself a new plant. My husband told me I can't buy any more plants, but I'm sure I'll sneak a few more in here in the next few months. Smelling the water hit the dirt in the planter helps ground us. And it helps ground me because we smell nature. And nature is very grounding. It's like fresh rain in the summer where you and you got to smell it because you're enjoying it so much. And it helps ground you and it'll help you meditate and it'll just help clear your energy yourself. The other thing I am a strong believer on is sea salt or Epsom salt baths. I tell people if you can do them nightly, go at it. Because it helps to clear your aura. It helps to clear the energy. It helps to soothe the muscles. It helps in the calming. Because you can hear the ocean. At least I do. Like if I close my eyes, I can almost smell the ocean air. I can hear the ocean, which I just love. Okay? The other thing that I found is I have to drink lots of water, and I love my herbal teas. I love my apple cinnamon. I love my chamomile. I love my black licorice. I love my blueberry. Our bodies is made up of more water. Like it's a fact. It's 90% of our system. Using energy, doing energy work, we use that. so we become dehydrated. Okay, so it's important for us to rehydrate to keep our energy at good levels. Okay, the other thing that I do when I start feeling the overwhelmness and the stress is I do lists, because my brain just won't shut off. It's like it's fearful it's going to forget what it just told me, or I'm going to forget what it just told me. So I write on everything. Drives my hubby nuts. I'll write on top of the phone book. I'll write on envelopes. I'll write on anything. Like I've even written on my skin. I've written on my jeans. It's just to keep myself out of my head. Because if it's on paper, then I won't forget it. Okay? And that helps me reduce a lot of my stress. The other thing is, remember, always step back and take that deep breath and let it out slowly, imagining it going through all chakras and blowing out and clearing out all chakras that need to be cleared and set straight again. All right. The other thing I do is I do a lot of essential oils. I make my own clearing sprays with essential oils. Husband and I are allergic to smoke, so smudging sage I do when it's a necessity. Otherwise, I use my clearing sprays, which work just as great. I use them on my crystals if I miss the full moon, which, by the way, tonight is the full moon. Rinse your crystals, put them out, and let them get recharged. I just also went poof, they remind me of that. The other thing that I've learned over the years is say no. You do not have to go to every work party. You do not have to go to everything that you're invited to, even family gatherings. If you do not feel like going, just say no and be okay with it. It's all right to take that time for yourself. Give yourself the permission to step away and just take time for you and honor who you are and what you want to do. All right? Don't get me wrong. I'm a big family person. I love the big family gatherings. But there are times where I've just said no, because I just need me. I just need peace and quiet. Okay? Which goes into planning, which I do. I plan my downtime. So there will be days where I just need to say, okay, I'm shut for business. Hubby, you're cooking your own meals. You're on your own. I am not going anywhere. I'm staying in my bed underneath my blankie that's nice and warm. And I'm just going to lay here and I'm just going to vegetate. And if I don't get up till 1 o'clock in the afternoon, that's what my body needs. And that's what I'm going to give it. I'm going to honor it. You need to have the downtime to recharge and be ready to face what's coming to you. So I'm kind of interested in what other people do for their downtime. They manage their stress through the holidays. So blast me a message, blast me an email, like text me, just put it on Facebook. Let me know what it is you do, and I'm going to add it and try it to my own list. Because with the holiday seasons, we're going to have a lot of depression going around. It's just a fact of holidays. People get the disorder, seasonal affect disorder, and it's just hard for them to move forward. So having tools in their toolbox that they can use is only beneficial. So please, by all means, send me your ideas. I love to hear what the world does at the holidays. Christmas is my ultimate favorite holiday because it's all about food and family. I'm a French métis. I love food and I love my family. All right. So I see we have our first caller, Tracy in Hamilton, Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
How are you today?
Yes. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. So before, as you seen when the show was starting, I was shuffling and I was pulling cards. And your card is trusting in heaven. Okay. Now, that card
Okay.
tells me that you have a strong faith, but
Mhm.
you're having kind of a bumpy road, so you're kind of questioning things at the moment. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So
I had to
this
think
is
for a minute. Yeah.
yeah, I know. It's coming at you. So just know that you're surrounded by the angels and the ancestry and the universe. Know that they hear you. You've just got to surrender and have that blind faith and allow the
Mhm.
miracles to occur, okay? Because you have a lot of things coming towards you. I
Mhm.
mean, the holidays coming up and it's stressful, and I know that the number one issue is money, but they show me as soon as you step back and have the faith that it's going to show up for you when you need it, it's just going to start flowing in for you because you're good at manifesting things. Does that sound correct?
Right. Yes.
Okay. So, what were you hoping for out of tonight? Were you wanting anything specific or general or mediumship? What were you thinking?
Just basically trying to figure out where my life goes from here, because I had temporary custody of my granddaughter, and then her dad takes her. Um, my oldest daughter's going through some things. She's in Florida, and it's just a bunch of things that I'm by myself, and I don't know, because I've always raised kids. My nieces, all the little kids. I've always been the mother to the family. So now here I am. I'm 46, and I just don't know how to move forward. I don't know what to do.
Girl,
So I'm just basically lost.
you have your whole life ahead of you. Okay? And I'm going to
Mhm.
let you in on a little secret. None of us know what we want to be when we grow up.
Right.
Okay?
That's so true. Yeah, that's definitely true.
The destination isn't what's important, it's the journey. So it's all about stepping out of your comfort zone and trying different things, sort of like a bucket list. That's how it got started, is people looking at, okay, I'm nearing the end of my life. I have this disease. I have this amount of time to live. I'm just going to step out of my comfort zone and I'm going to do everything I could ever possibly dream of. And that's basically where you are now. You have
Mhm.
empty nest syndrome. You don't have kids. You're not taking care of anybody. You've always put yourself last. The universe is now telling you you need to take care of you. Okay? You need to do things for you. And if it is
Mhm.
just going out to a new restaurant or a new coffee house to start out with, just step out of that comfort zone and try it. You're very artistic.
Okay.
I mean,
I
you could be
am.
looking,
I
yeah,
think I'm just scared.
well, fear is just because you don't have a file on it. You've never done it. So
Right.
take an art class or hold
I never thought of that.
yeah, or hold a paint night.
Mhm.
Invite your friends over. They bring canvases, paints, paintbrushes. Have some wine and do some painting. Just start stepping out and start looking at what you enjoy. You love the outdoors, so why don't you go walking along the river or go to the lake and just walk around the lake? Just enjoy nature. Just sit and bring your
Mhm.
mind quietly, and your higher self will tell you what it wants to do. We as
Right.
people, we don't realize, but our higher self always guides us in our every life. We just don't realize it, or some of us take it for granted. I'm a good one for taking it for granted now that I understand
Mhm.
it. When
Right.
things go upset or array in our lives, it's because we weren't listening to our higher self.
Mhm.
When our gut was saying,
Right.
no, shouldn't, we go ahead and we do it anyway. That's when things go kerfuffling in our life. Yes, Dave, I said kerfuffle today. So know that you've got to just reprogram your brain to do things for you. Okay? And don't worry about the grandbabies and the kids. You raise them right. Okay?
I did.
They're going to come back. You just have to trust yourself. You raise them right, and it is now for them to start living their lives. Okay?
Okay.
And they have to start stepping up and owning their own life, their own way of doing things, which gives you the opportunity to still be there to guide them if they ask or they want a sitter. I'm not saying don't do it, but start going to art shows, start taking art classes.
I think that would be a great idea because I don't have any friends. I don't, was taking care of my granddaughter. I have no friends. I just moved back to Ohio, with my granddaughter, and I lived in Florida, so it's like, I had to put all my attention to her, and now I had to move back in with my mom and my dad because they've always followed me, or I've always followed them, even though my mom had 4 girls. But I was the one that was always a caretaker. So now my mom's really sick, and she's just, I'm afraid to leave her right now because she needs me.
You're going to be staying put exactly where you are, because I was coming to that. I was going to ask you how your parents were doing, because they're showing me that that's going to become part of your life, but don't let it become all of your life. Do you understand what I mean? Okay. Because
take care of them, but take care of me too.
Yes, because if you don't take care of you, you won't be able to take care of them. And their needs are going to become more and more for you. And you are going to have friends. And there is a gentleman coming into your life who family is just as important to him as it is to you. So he's going to fit right in. But you just got to start stepping outside of your comfort zone and start getting out there, getting to coffee shops, going to paint classes, going to creative writing classes, and meeting people. All right?
Okay. I'm glad I spoke to you because that just kind of boosted my, that's something I'm definitely going to do. I mean, it sounds like an awesome reading, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, and you can
always
get a hold. I've
been so depressed, and I needed something to get me out of that.
And if you ever need another kick in the buttocks, all you got to do is get a hold of me, and I will be more than glad to give you a little boot, or shove, or push, whichever.
Thank you so much, and you have a good Thanksgiving.
You too. You have a great holiday, okay?
You too.
All right. So we're going to go to caller number 2, Terry in, let's see if I can say this, Raraki, New Zealand. Did I say that right, Terry?
Oh, Pakaya?
Pakaya? Oh, it looks like an R from here. Okay. It's me. All right. That's okay. So your card is the Sacred Self card, which is kind of cute considering you're from New Zealand. This is a card where you need to unleash yourself. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So you have gifts. You are psychic. You're kind of shoving them down. Does that make sense?
Showing some sorry, what? I couldn't hear that last part.
Okay, let's see if I can get the mic. Okay, you're very psychic, and you're kind of shoving them down. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So
I'm quite a logical person, so I try to think, oh no.
Okay.
It's nothing. I didn't feel anything.
Yeah. No, you do, girl. There's no logic about it. You do, and they want you to start getting out of your comfort zone. So you need to start getting in the rhythm of your life with these gifts. So you need to start meditating you need to start putting on your favorite music and busting a move. Like get out into the meadows and just belt a tune out. You
Yeah.
need to start lightening up. Does that make sense?
And yeah, it does make sense.
Okay, so is there anything in particular that you wanted to know tonight, or did you want just general?
I think just general. I just like if there's anything that are like a sense of direction. Things are going pretty good. So sometimes I just, as most people do, you always doubt. You self-doubt a lot with certain things.
You have to stop that. I'm a person that will tell you right away, do not self-doubt yourself, okay?
Yeah.
Your higher self, the universe, your team will never guide you in the wrong path.
Mm-hmm.
When you go down the wrong path, that's because you're doing self-doubt. Okay?
Okay.
So you're very in tune. You're very connected. You love the nature. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's very important that you start using those to your benefit.
Okay.
Now, okay, let's see. Do you have a grandmother on the other side that had trouble breathing at the end?
They both passed, and the second one, it was a bit of a shock. So it was a complete accident at home. So when she did pass, I think she did have trouble because her body sort of shut down very, very fast.
Okay. So
she may have had trouble breathing.
Yeah, like I want to start coughing right now. It's in here, so it's like I can't get that breath, and I don't want to cough in the mic. I don't want to blow your ears out. So know that she is with you, and you spent a lot of time with her because she's showing a kitchen. So either you spent a lot of time with her in the kitchen, or she loved to cook.
Yeah, we would try. She wasn't the best cook in my family. That was my grandfather. But she would always do something for everyone. She'd always have, a big pot of food when we'd come visit for everybody. Yeah. And we'd all bring food to her house as well when we'd have family gatherings.
Well, know that that's very important to her. Okay? It still is, even though she's on the other side. She was a person, she reminds me of my grandmother, because no matter who had walked through the, stay to eat, I'll just throw another potato in the pot. There's lots of food for everyone. And it's kind of what my habit is as well. And that's what she makes me feel. It didn't matter if you were family, friends, or a perfect stranger. Her door was always open. She was always very welcoming. Okay?
Yeah.
And she sees those traits in you. Does that make
very
sense?
True. Yeah.
Yeah. So she's very proud the fact that you've taken on the role, if that makes sense. And
I think that's something we learned, and we love to have that from our lives. Even we met a lot of people through our lives that would just come by, and they've always been so thankful to come through at the time that they did.
It's what it is. Now she's making me feel like, I don't know if it's a joke or what it is, but she's making me feel that at one of the holidays something important happened. Does that make sense? Did somebody get engaged, or did somebody renew their vows? It's something of that importance that happened around the holidays. Or did anybody pass on the holidays?
She's had a few of her siblings pass, but we're about to do her own service 2 days before Christmas.
Okay.
It's something for her. Yeah. Which is going to be quite special.
Yeah, my hair is all standing up. No, she's going to be there for that.
Yeah.
Okay. And she's very, very happy and very proud in the way that it's set up. And she knows that there's going to be lots of people there, so be prepared. Okay? Because
she didn't like a lot of fuss, though. So
no, but this time she's she's stepping back and she's saying,
Mhm.
I was well liked. Lots of people
She was.
liked me. So she knows that she made the impact, and she's going to be okay with lots of
Mhm.
people coming and celebrating, and know that that day she's going to be there. So she's telling
Mhm.
me you're either going to get a scent or a smell or a memory of her when this
Mhm.
event is happening. She's going to make sure that you know that, because she knows that you're very
Okay.
gifted. Okay? Because she was
Yeah.
gifted as well. Okay?
Yeah, I believe that too.
So you're coming by it honestly. So she's
Mhm.
going to start testing you and working you in your gifts and your abilities. So just be prepared for that, okay?
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Things changed when she passed. I started noticing a lot more things.
yeah, because she's
I was
coming
like,
to you,
stop
girl.
playing with me.
Well, she's not playing. She still wants to communicate. She wants you to know that she's still there.
Oh,
Like,
I
to
know.
her,
It would just make me
she's
smile
still
because
fully
we were
alive.
quite cheeky. Yeah.
Yeah.
We would be quite cheeky towards each other, so I'd just tell her off like she would tell me.
Yeah, and she'll also play little jokes on you. So be prepared for that. Like your keys may go missing, or your TV may all of a sudden blink or something like that.
Mhm.
So just know that that's her, and just continue talking to her like you would any other time.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So you have a great weekend. All right? And
Thank you so much.
I will be at your service in energy when you do so. I will know. All right?
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay. Bye. So
Bye.
for everyone on the show, we have the higher learning card that was pulled along as I was shuffling. So as a society, as people, light workers of the earth, know that we are learning as we go. And each time we come back to earth, we learn more, and we better our lives, and we better the way we go. So just keep out there, keep learning, keep being nice to everybody. And most of all, enjoy the holidays. Enjoy the holidays that are coming. Just embrace them. And remember, you can always get a hold of me. Just go to my Facebook page at Crystal Clear 101, Holistic Healing and Products. You can go to my website, crystalclear101.com, or you can just message me at 306-261-4086. And again, everybody, have a great weekend. So,
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. It's time for Persian Medium I Am Power with Persian Medium Fiona. Live from PersianMedium.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Persian Medium I Am Power on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Back to Times Square today. I am your host, Greg Roulette, and I am very excited for our next guest because she is known as the Persian Medium, the subconscious mind surgeon. She's a motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. This is going to be a fascinating conversation with my good friend, Fia Johansson. Fia, how are you doing? Welcome to the show.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
I am so excited to talk about what you've been up to because you've been getting some major attention lately, some amazing work with law enforcement. You've recently been featured in Forbes, Wall Street. Like, what's going on? Like, let's just start there. What's been happening with you?
Yeah, I'm shocked too, to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm honored to be featured on Forbes magazine and also co-authoring with Jack and Phil. And at the same time, I find my purpose. Yeah. And my purpose was about to help others. And I started my career with law enforcement when I was at the age of 17. And I started in Stockholm. And when I came to US, I feel that I have to do the same because I do have a gift. I could help people, 1 million of them worldwide.
Yeah.
And why not? They need me and I need them to make them to feel good, relief. And then every families who reached out to me because of their missing persons, because of a lot of other individual cases, the most important part was if I can bring any relief and any happiness to them.
Yeah.
Which for me was a blessing when I could feel that I could at least actually give them some closure for their thought, their emotional feelings, and then, you know, connection with themselves again.
Exactly. Yeah, families, we need a lot of that right here, right now, today. Why do you think this is all happening now, right? Was it a certain case? Was it just you saying, I need to break? Like, why is all this attention coming your way now? The books, the media, the new business, like, why now?
I always been around media, but this time, because of a couple of cases that I can't mention because of the security reason, I've been very known, and those cases been kind of huge cases, and Forbes got attention. That was a blessing.
Yeah.
And that was the feeling actually that I had, and then they reached out, they wanted to feature me, and then after that everything, and I'm actually going to be featured on Wall Street Journal in July.
Wow.
So I had an interview with iHeartRadio today. They reached out after they saw Forbes, and it was amazing. People ask me, are you just finding missing people? Or are you kind of like just working with the law enforcement? No, I don't. I actually work with individual cases with people, like when people wants to talk to me and communicate with me, ask me about anything and everything.
Yeah.
It could be their love life, it could be their investments, it could be any other type of the cases, like as a business entrepreneur that they do have. So that's what I do. Actually help them out.
When does someone seek out a medium? At what point in their journey, whether it's for a missing person, for a loved one, for like their own life, when do they seek you out? Are you the last resort to help give me closure to the case, or are people starting to really see the value in bringing you into a case early?
Definitely when all the cases are starting, so they know already about like what's going on around that case. But sometimes it's very hard to put all the puzzles together to find that specific person or that specific crimes. So that's why, especially cold cases, so that's why when I came in the middle, I'm receiving those messages, I'm connecting, and at the same time, I help them to put more puzzles together and more communication with people, and that would make them to succeed faster.
Now, is this something that law enforcement has been using for forever? Is this something new to them?
It's not something new. CIA actually used psychics for so many years, and also other law enforcement also using psychic. Google using psychics, and but it's not every person. So you have to have a talent, you have to have a gift, and they are not a joke. If you are not deliver, if you are just pretending or acting, nothing good is going to happen. So you have to have the gift, you have to have a talent, and they want to see the proof and test.
Yeah.
And believe me or not, you know, I think and I believe so strongly, law enforcement, they do have some psychic abilities by themselves because they knew what's going on, but they're not really believing in their inner voice or their thought and subconscious until they get in connect, example, with me, and I'm just like, well, you already found it, but you pass it on. Why? Because you doubted about it. So we do all have. We are based on energies. We pick up energies. We're receiving energies, but we have to listen and we have to connect with that energies.
What do you think it is that makes you unique? Like, why do they bring you in for these cases?
Because I'm stubborn and because I'm telling law enforcement what to do and not to do. And if they are not listening, I'm getting out from the room. And they know me. People who actually worked for me in the past, they know I'm real and I'm serious. People who may just shaking hand with me just because of other sources that have been interviewed or introduced by. So then they kind of like, it takes time for them, maybe about 24 hours or 48 hours to get to know me. After that, they would say, well, whatever you says, yes, we do.
I love that. And the stubbornness is taking you to really good places right now. I love it. Where do you want this to go? Like, so the writing the books, the getting the attention, working with law enforcement, working with, like, where do you see yourself growing this?
I have no roof. There's no roof for me. And as long as I can help other people, that's exactly what life is. I mean, I think I do have a gift just because of one purpose. Just be there for people and let people bring love and happiness to you. And as long as I know and I feel and I breathe, I would love to help as many as I can. So people who want to talk to me about their personal issues, because I'm a clinical hypnotherapist too, so I'm removing addiction, any type of addictions with hypno.
Yeah.
I'm also actually having master degrees, psychologist master degrees from actually University of Stockholm. So basically, I can do a lot for people as far as I did all my life. Like at the age of 7.5, when I found about my abilities.
Yeah.
From that time until now, everything is just rock for me.
I love that. Now, this is a fun question we ask everybody on the show. If you could go back in time, right? So whether this is you just starting your business, maybe it was when you were young and you found out these abilities. If you could give yourself a piece of advice, knowing now what you know and where this is taking you, what would you tell yourself?
Be your own leader. Lead yourself and always be yourself. Never try to pretend to be somebody. Never try to change yourself just because someone or somebody or some country wants it you to be. Bring your unique personality, tap into your talent and energies, and just bring inspiration to people. When we are sending love and inspiration, we are receiving the same.
Yeah.
So just be yourself, be happy, and be thankful.
I love that. Now, if someone is watching this right now, and I know they are, and they're like, I need a Persian medium in my life, I need her to help my organization, like, where can they learn more? Where do they see how you can actually help them?
Sure. I do have a platform named Avid Advice, A-V-I-D, Advice, avidadvice.com. So people can reach out through my avidadvice.com platform. I do have Instagram, Persian Medium basically, just type Persian Medium.
Love it.
I have over 1,200,000 followers already, so I would love to have more followers. So, and also avidawakening.com is my place in Corona del Mar, Newport Beach.
Okay.
But right now the waiting list is about like February 23rd, 2020. But people who would love to meet me face to face, I would say go to fiona@ibetheawakening.com, send an email, and I will be there for you in no time.
Lots of different ways to learn more, lots of different ways to contact you. Please reach out because she can help you, whether it's getting closure or learning more or getting that insight into what you need to know. Fia, thank you so much for being a guest here.
Thank you so
today.
much. Thank you.
Definitely. And we'll be back with more from Times Square today in just a minute.
Welcome to Avid Awakening, a beautiful, gorgeous wellness center who will adjust you mentally, emotionally, and physically. Also, it will help you to manifest your finance, anything and everything you desire for. This place is a very beautiful place which is located in Corona Del Mar. So please book your appointment today.
You're watching Focus on South Florida.
Welcome back. Did you know that police departments across the country and even the CIA sometimes turn to psychics to help them solve cases? Victims' families looking for answers also turn to mediums for closure. Fiona Johansson is an author as well as a licensed psychologist and hypnotist. She's also claims to have psychic abilities that have saved lives, and she's perhaps best known for working with people to help find missing people when more conventional means come up short. I recently sat down with her to talk about how this all began and the advice she has for all of us. Okay, so what exactly do you do when you work with law enforcement and you work with the families of missing victims or unsolved crimes? What kind of work do you do with them?
Helping them to find some relief, some closure for family members, and also law enforcement to put all the puzzles together to find the real answer for the families.
How did this all come about? I mean, how did you discover this was actually something you were going to pursue, or that you had some sort of intuition to help people with this kind of work?
I was 7.5 when I found about my abilities. Then I started kind of like to feel something is not correct with me or right with me, because I can feel, sense, and connect with people before even I meet them, before even being in the place that they are, and I can even predict things 2 weeks before things happened. So basically, to me as a child was not really the cool experience, but then after that, after the age of 17, 18, and 19, I thought that's a fantastic thing, because now I can feel and sense anything and everything in my way and my family's way to help. I moved from my country to Stockholm, Sweden when I was a teenager, when I was around the age of 16. So basically it was hard. It was not really easy for me, but what I learned, I do have ability. I am here for some very important purpose. I have to help others.
So, how did this connection with law enforcement first happen? And aren't law enforcement officers initially skeptical about what kind of science is this? How are we going to solve a crime using
Actually,
someone?
they don't.
No?
CIA use psychics. FBI use psychics. They do not really. That's what we think they are. But you have to be real. You have to have some abilities, and you have to feel and sense and locate people, and actually do have some paranormal to trying to help them to locate people. So basically, when I started, I was at the age of 17. I was back in Stockholm. It was actually a very hot summer, and all of a sudden I felt that I have some very hot vision in my face. It sounds like someone trying to be killed or someone already been killed, and it was already recent. I could feel, I could sense the blood and everything. Then I went to the store And all of a sudden I see that, yes, that was actually some sort of, homicide and other stuff like, all over the place. And I kind of remember that I tried to stop the officer and said, stop, don't go there. At that time, I couldn't speak English. I couldn't speak Swedish. And I don't even know how I could explain myself to that officer and hold him. He tried to push me. He says, no, I have to just get out or get me or just like, please let me. But I do remember I hold him and says, if you go behind this wall, you will have a shot in your head and die right away. And almost 60 seconds after, they found the guy with the gun behind the wall. And if I did not stop the officer, he would be dead in a second. So that was the moment that my career started with law enforcement in Stockholm.
Tell me about this book you're writing with Jack Canfield. We all know him for Chicken Soup for the Soul, and you're working on a project together.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Yes, the name of the book is Success Strategy. So it's all about success, how to hijack your subconscious mind, how to succeed, and what you can do to achieve better. So basically, when Jack chose me, I was shocked. I was like, wow, it's so fantastic, and I would love to be part of it. I already have a book. I already wrote a book before Jack asked me. It was back 2016, and the name was Recoding Your Brain for the Better Life.
You're also a hypnotist, and
Yes.
you have degrees in psychology. I want to point that out, too.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes. But what was a very strong, powerful vision that come to me at that moment when Jack asked me about it, I feel like I knew it, that I will do something with Jack. And I could see 2 months before that I'm sitting in the same room that the last time me and Jack had a conversation with, and he asked, I would love to co-authoring together with you. I can't forget about that moment. I do remember I had tears in my eyes. I was like, absolutely, I will do my best.
So we have to wrap up quickly, but what are a few tips that anyone can take with them in terms of keeping that negativity that might be around them outside of their
Believe in
internal...
yourself. Be positive. Never live in your past. Past is past. Never live in the future, because future is future. Be in a moment. By being in the moment, you're always happy and connected to yourself. Negative thoughts, negative energies is all it are taught. The way that we are thinking, feeling, and connecting. You can easily remove and reduce them by just change your thoughts. You can easily hijack your subconscious. Be yourself, hijack your subconscious, be in a moment, let go of your past, and forget about the future.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us.
You're very welcome.
Johansson, who also goes by the Persian Medium, also works on books, as you heard, guided meditations, and art.
Welcome back. Our next guest is a celebrity medium, a clinical hypnotherapist, a holistic healer, and holds a master's in psychology. Fia Johansson is known as the Persian Medium, and she's even worked with intelligence agencies and law enforcement to find answers in cases. She also wants all of us to discover our best selves. Fia, good morning.
Good morning, Heather.
Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thanks for having me.
I just want to start with, when did you realize that you had this ability?
I was 7.
7.
It was a very hot summer. A friend of mine came to my house, and we played, we had fun. 3 hours later, they wanted to go home. I said, don't go. They said, why? I said, because I see that your guy is going to have a car crash.
Ooh.
Of course, they didn't listen to me. They had to go. 40 minutes later, our phone rang and confirmed that they had a car crash.
Oh my goodness, were they okay?
They've been completely okay, but what I saw in my vision at that age, it was scary. It was colors, visions of car crash, and my friend's face, who basically had some blood in. I was very scared. It took actually 4 years for me to discover why I see things before they happen. Why did people connect it to me? Why I am connected to unknown? And what's wrong with me? So, because you don't have anybody to talk to.
No, nobody would be able to relate to what you're seeing or experiencing. Later in life, you're able to use these tools and this ability to eventually connect with law enforcement. Is it true that you have helped to solve 22 cases?
Yes.
What sort of cases are you assisting with?
Cold cases, many of them was cold cases, old cases, locate missing people, and also connected people to each other who basically been vanished for so many years and they didn't know where they are. And I started with law enforcement at the age of 17 back in Europe, and I moved here to US 10 years ago, and through that agency I connect with intelligence services here as well.
Can you give me an idea of a case that you've solved?
One of the cases that I had, it was almost 2 years ago. Coast Guard communicated with me and said, we have a missing pilot and missing plane. I said, where are you guys? He said, well, we are around the ocean. He said, you're guys in the wrong place. Number one, they are not alive. And he was like, how did you know that was they? I said, because it's two people that passed. And he immediately felt that you're right about it, because that was the student and instructor. So basically, after 25 minutes, after the helicopter came and took me, we found the stress signals from that plane. And they asked me, how did you know that? I said, he told me where he is.
Wow.
So
what do you mean by that? Did you hear voices, or
voices? It's actually it's different, case by case. Some cases I feel and sense them directly communicating with me. Some cases they kind of like connecting me through other people, and some cases it's just the callers and numbers and names. And I bring them to attention for DA, private investigators, and crime lawyers. They put them together, and this was like, wow, you got it, bingo. We got a piece of
very
evidence.
helpful for people who may not have any other answers in these situations. When you walk by strangers on the street, do you ever get a sense for anything?
Of course, because as you know, we are all based on energies. And I pick up energies very fast. I feel and sense them very strongly. And when you are an empath, you can sense people almost, 100 miles away. But I try to not, because it's crazy. My life, maybe outside is look normal. I maybe look normal, but inside it's not normal.
Is it difficult to have to constantly be hearing and sensing things?
It is difficult. I can't be in any funerals because of the dead people. I communicate with them directly. I can't actually be around and surround people who basically doing something wrong. Example like high-profile people, celebrities, and other stuff, because then I can see and locate them, what they're up to, what is going on. So basically, it's hard for me. I close myself to not see things.
Do you call people out? I know you have celebrity clients. You say,
of course.
I know what you're up to when you're not here.
You know what I did? Actually, Impossible Hollywood, I changed it to I'm Possible Hollywood. I worked through my hypnose to helping a lot of models, actor, actress to achieve their dreams and desires. And of course, I did.
Wow. I know you have a book out. It's called Recoding Your Brain for a Better Life, and you're working on a second book.
Yes, and the third book. The second book, actually, I am working on an upcoming book with one very huge and very strong intelligent agent who wants to talk to me, or basically, stand by on any cases that we solved together, and we are going to say when, where, how.
Wow. Okay. So we'll be looking forward to that one. Fantastic.
That would be fantastic.
Where can folks get in contact with you? Maybe they would like to work with you on something.
Well, to see me face to face, they need to have some one-year waiting list. So
one-year waiting list. My goodness.
Yeah, but if they do have some cases, missing people or crime cases that they would love to involve me, they can connect to my agent, and through that, I will connect with them. But easy to talk to me, because people ask me a million questions about. Guess what? What is my lottery number?
Lottery numbers.
Example.
Yes.
When I'm going to get married. Is he cheating or not cheating? Or stock markets or investment. So basically, avidadvice.com, avidadvice.com is the best place to communicate.
Okay.
Yeah, I have over 27,000 people or clients worldwide. and I'm very blessed and happy and thankful for that.
All right, Fia Johansson, the Persian medium. Thank you so much for your time this morning. We do appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
All right, Stella, I'm intrigued. We'll send it back to you.
That's pretty incredible. Thank you so much, ladies.
Welcome back to the Global Entrepreneurship Initiative. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Fia Johansson, who's better known as the Persian medium and subconscious mind surgeon. She's a multi-talented motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. An author who works closely with law enforcement to help locate missing people and solve difficult criminal cases with detectives and as well as private investigators. Throughout her career, she's helped thousands of people identify personal roadblocks to help them truly believe in their own path to success, whatever that dream may be. Her greatest passion in life is helping others achieve their ultimate dreams and desires, teaching people to believe that truly anything is possible. Please help me welcome to the stage Ms. Fia Johansson.
Welcome back. Did you know that police departments across the country and even the CIA sometimes turn to psychics to help them solve cases? Victims' families looking for answers also turn to mediums for closure. Fiona Johansson is an author as well as a licensed psychologist and hypnotist.
Welcome back. Our next guest is a celebrity medium, a clinical hypnotherapist, a holistic healer, and holds a master's in psychology. Fia Johansson is known as the Persian medium, and she's even worked with intelligence agencies and law enforcement to find answers in cases. She also wants all of us to discover our best selves. Fia, good morning.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Jack Canfield, your host for Hollywood Live. My next guest, Fia Johansson, is an amazing person. She is speaks 5 languages, which I find very impressive. She's emigrated to several countries, has a psychology degree from the University of Stockholm in Sweden. She is a hypnotherapist, clinical hypnotherapist and healer, and God knows probably other things I don't even know about.
Hi, welcome back to Times Square today. I am your host, Greg Rollett, and I am very excited for our next guest because she is known as the Persian medium, the subconscious mind surgeon. She's a motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. This is going to be a fascinating conversation with my good friend, Fia Johansson.
For centuries, it's believed that mediums have been able to mediate communication between spirits of the dead and living human beings. People usually recruit mediums to help them get in contact with family members or friends who have passed on. But celebrity psychic Fiona Johansson is also using her abilities to help law enforcement solve cold cases and help exonerate and free innocent inmates. And Fiona is joining us now. Fiona, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. How are you doing today?
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
And now, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl with Tanya Reid. Live from AustraliaPsychicCowgirl.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Australia's Psychic Cowgirl on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
G'day, Tony Reeves, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl, coming at you from my home in Sunday Creek this week. I had to come around the corner and get out of the wind because I thought I'd made a decision to be outside today, and I was like, no wind is going to stop me. I'm going to find a place that isn't windy. So here I am. So yeah, this is the door into our house. So yeah, I thought I don't think I've done this as a backdrop before, and I've got the motorhome in the background as well, just clearing out stuff from being away. So I thought, what better way to have a different backdrop? So I hope everyone's going all right this week. It's certainly been a very, very, very hectic and challenging November for many people, and I know this because I'm getting many inquiries and messages and people feeling a bit out of whack. So apparently we've come past, or the 11th of November was a bit of a turning point. So my interpretation of it is that we've really been shown things that we need to make changes with, things that aren't maybe no longer serving us. This could be relationships, could be a job, place where we're living. You know, we've been shown that there's changes in the wind, that there's opportunity to shift things around. Now, for a lot of us, that doesn't make us really comfortable because it means change, and it means, you know, there's that element of fear of the unknown. So, you know, as humans, change and fear can tend to go hand in hand, but I am here to say that we've got to remember everything is transient. So no matter how, you know, how out of whack we're feeling, how thrown out of our comfort zone, always remember that it's only temporary. So, you know, as hard as that can be, what I've found over the last week and a bit for me, it has been the message of just taking a deep breath and reconnecting and just putting trust that everything for my highest good is really be seeing that strongly, or getting the 100% green light right now, but I know it's coming. So rather than getting anxious about it, or, you know, being a bit unsure of what is coming up in the future, I'm taking a back seat and saying, okay, I'm going to consolidate the lessons that I've been experiencing over the last couple of months, which has been pulling back things that no longer serve you, changing up belief systems, and, you know, even aspects of ourselves. You know, we are humans, we evolve and we grow, and we need to see the signs and take notice of that rather than being resistant. So I think a big lesson this year for many of us has been we need to let go of resistance and really see the lesson and take on board, you know, what is it that you need to do to change? It's not always around our circumstances. Things are always going to happen for us, but what lessons can we take away that just going to help us to grow and evolve and be able to feel more comfortable in moving forward in our life? And sometimes these things aren't apparent straight away, but, you know, take time, go for a walk outside, get into nature, do some meditation, and just spend some time being quiet. Also getting inspiration from others. If you're feeling a bit down and lost, you know, grab a book. If you're not a reader, get an audio book and just take the time to take on board some new teachings. And, you know, to somebody that maybe you aspire to, you know, go into that field, whatever they're doing, or you inspire to take on some of their mantras or some of their belief systems that you feel you could adapt, you know, for your life. So we can always learn, and I'm a big one. Like, I love learning, and to me, the day that I stop learning will be the day I'm not here on Earth. So I feel like, I think that's an important aspect, is the more we learn and the more we gain from educating ourselves, the better our life is. So keep that in mind. It doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be a certain thing. It can be going to learn how to draw or how to sing, or, getting creative. Do whatever it is that works for you, that gets inspiration happening. It doesn't have to be in the line of work that you're in, or furthering your career with study. It can be just allowing yourself to do something you really enjoy. Going for a swim might be running. It might be, anything that just grabs you or makes you feel good. At this point in time, with everyone struggling, we need to connect with the things that make us feel good. Okay, so keep that in mind. If you're feeling a bit flat, a little bit down, and you feel a bit overwhelmed with all these energies that have been taking place, go and do something you enjoy, and go and focus on being, not doing, as well, as well as that. So I'm going to go and do a dance class or an art class, or, go swimming. You don't have to spend a lot of money to do all these things. It's just a case of committing some time. Decide on what you want to commit your time to, but definitely dedicate time for you. Even if it means you have to get up earlier, do it. Okay, I'm going to go on to my first caller, Gretchen in Kansas, USA. Gretchen, how you going?
All right, how are you?
Good, thank you. Thank you for calling in.
Well, thank you for letting me.
Awesome. Got some big changes around you. What's the go with, there's an opportunity coming up for swapping what you're doing currently at the moment. Has that just transpired, or have you had something come to you where you might be changing up what you're doing for work?
I don't work.
Okay. Or is there an opportunity where you're going to be, I feel like you're doing something.
I'm crocheting.
Right. And
yeah, I've started this, it's a crochet of prints that I'm doing for my friend, and I've got a lot of people that gave me a lot of positive response for it.
Yeah. So is it something on your horizon that you're wanting to do?
Well, I've thought of doing something in food at one time, so I don't know.
Yeah, I just feel like there's an opportunity going to be coming, and it's to do with career and doing something that you enjoy, but where you're getting, obviously you're getting paid for it. But it's like, I want to change things up. So I just feel for you that 2020, we're looking at new opportunities for doing things, because I feel like, you're saying that you're not working, but there's something there that you're yearning, or you feel like something's a little bit missing at the moment.
Well, yeah, a relationship.
Yep. So you're on your own currently, and that's only recently transpired that you've been on your own?
I divorced about 6 years ago, and
okay.
Yeah, dating hasn't been very good to me, so.
Okay. But was there somebody not that long ago? Because I feel like it's like recently, or whether you've given up on, that you've had those experiences and you're like, oh, I'm done with this. Can I also say it's around where you're looking? It's almost like wherever you're going to connect with others, we're getting all the, the I want to say, like, not honourable guys, or it's like partners. So it's almost a bit like we need to step this up a bit.
Yeah.
Right. But I also,
right.
with the current energy around, I also would love to see you write down what the attributes are that you want for that person to have and bring into you.
Okay.
Okay, because it's like the universe you're not being clear on what it is you want. So I also feel like for you, there's that desire to have someone there, but there's also a hesitation in committing.
Yes.
Right. So we need to work on.
My marriage of 30 years was, the last 20 wasn't very well.
Yeah. And it's almost a little bit like your deservability. We need to fill that up a little bit too, because it's like you have many talents and skills, but it's, obviously, like you say, your last 20 years have been really hard. It's like your confidence has been eroded, which is pretty normal for anyone in that situation. But I feel like for you, I'm gaining a new lease of life. And this is almost like the confidence, and I'm gaining back some power. So it's almost like a bit like my guidance that I said earlier is that, we really want to do the things that we love to do. And like you say, you're crocheting, so you are being creative, but it's all those good things that you're getting the feedback from others to say, you're really good at this, and it helps you feel good about yourself. Because what I see for you, or what Spirit is showing me, is you have great skills and talent. And there's a male in Spirit, I want to say, stepping around for you, and it's like he wants to protect you. He's not around to do it right now, but in Spirit he is.
Huh. Okay. I had a relationship about a year ago, but my so-called friend, she kind of took him out from under me and told some untruths, and so he didn't believe me anymore, I guess.
Yeah. The thing is there, though, obviously he wasn't in alignment for you, or he would have hung around and realised that the things, weren't quite correct. This is about building up your confidence too, Gretchen. Like, it's almost like we need for you to do a bit of a also count for all your positives that you have, because you do have a lot of positives, and it's a little bit like we've lost track of that at the moment.
Yeah.
Which is understandable with all that you've been through. Anyone would be the same. But Spirit is showing me, it's like, no, don't believe that. It's like you've got so many great things going for you. But I do feel like one thing they're showing me is we need to come clean with something. So there's something you need to be honest with yourself about. So if there's anything, when I'm showing that in Spirit, it's almost like if there's anything you're doing to sabotage yourself, we need to stop doing it.
Okay.
All right? Because sometimes we do tend to do things, that aren't in alignment with us. And I just feel like for you, without going into detail, it's like, I'm going to make a fresh start. I'm going to let go of what no longer serves me, and I'm starting to focus on looking out for myself, for me.
Okay. Yeah, because my girlfriend, my best friend, she tells me I give too much, so
yeah,
I kind of let myself go and make sure others have what they need.
Yeah, and that's that's a really relevant point to attracting. You're going to attract those that want to from you what you have, and there's no balance there, so you're giving, there's no coming back from that. And often what you find when that happens is your health will start to suffer because you're so much, the outpouring of what you're giving is so much and we're not getting any back, into you. So it really needs to be balanced out.
My health is this past year has really declined.
Yeah. So your health is connected to your emotional state. You will find once you start saying no to people and you start prioritizing you and the things that make you happy, you're going to make a shift with that. And even, with your health, we'll get improvement, but we'll also get people that treat you with the respect you deserve, because you don't, you're such a giver and you overlook things, but it's like it's time to now say, no, I deserve only somebody who is like me, who's honourable, who's there for the right reasons, and I'm not going to tolerate somebody that just, wastes my time and that I have to be giving to them all the time. Once you change up your mindset, your life will change, and it's really amazing how much that, how quickly that can happen as well, I want to say. And you're not the only one in this boat. There's many I connect with that are exactly like yourself. So you're covering an area that I know many of the listeners will relate to.
Okay, well, thanks.
Yeah, so you've got this though. 2020, you're going to make the shift. So I see that as much as, you know, the information I'm giving you. A great one is Louise Hay. I always plug her book, You Know, You Can Heal Your Life, because that addresses the self-love issues, and it gives you great tools to be able to move forward. If you don't read books, get it on audio so you can listen to that, because we want to reprogram, and our brains are such an amazing tool, and we can change our thoughts. And as soon as we, you know, open up the gateway to change our belief system and change, you know, what we continue to do that doesn't serve us, then all of a sudden you'll get the change come in. I do see somebody stepping in for you once you make these changes. So it's a little bit like we need to take that step. Another really great book that I've been talking about a lot lately is Marie Forleo's Everything is Figure-outable. That's a really great one. She also has some exercises in that book that you can do to work out where are you sabotaging yourself, because you don't deserve to be, you don't deserve to be lowest on the pecking order. It's time for you to step up, and I do see a better 2020 for you.
Okay, cool. So,
right.
Hopefully next year will be better for me then.
Yeah, I feel like this year for you, it's about doing the work. We're making the changes. We're identifying what we're doing to sabotage ourselves. And then next year, when we do that and start to change the way we look at things and think, we're going to be ready then for next year to step into our power. There is an opportunity around work coming in for you, and there's more money coming in with that. So when that comes up, I want you to say yes. And please keep me posted, because I love to hear that, all right?
All right, I sure will. Thank you so much.
All right, Gretchen. Thank you so much. Keep me posted on. I'm on Facebook, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl. Connect with me. I'd love to hear back, because it will be really fascinating to see your transformation, I want to say.
Okay. And I appreciate you letting me know that.
No, my pleasure. My pleasure. It's amazing what you've got within. I just want to see that blossom. It's time to take it out of the closet. So it's like I'm going to be who I'm meant to be, not hiding behind the desires and wishes of others.
Okay, that sounds great.
All right, you've got this.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Okay, I'm going to go on to my second caller. Thank you so much for calling in. Okay, I've got Elizabeth in Clifton Park, New York. Elizabeth, how are you?
I am fantastic. Thank you.
That is wonderful. I love to hear that response. Elizabeth, for you, I initially do you work in the spiritual field, or you're quite connected? So I just, with connecting with your name, I'm like, oh, you're very in tune to your spiritual gifts, I want to say.
I read a lot about it. I'm so interested in it, but I didn't know I was.
Usually anything we're fascinated with, or, I know that for me, that's where I started. I just couldn't get enough of spiritual, information and reading books on it and that kind of thing. And I always say that's your inner guidance saying that's an aspect of you that, is worth exploring. Because it's like you get really good insights, and you also inspire others. So there's something around, for you, your soul path is inspiring others on their journey.
Well, that would please me, yes.
Yeah. So you don't currently do that? Because I see you doing that.
Well, I don't know, if I do or not. I mean, I'm constantly, I'm just so intrigued by it all, and can't get enough of it. And
fantastic. So with work, and again, it's funny that work's come up for you as well, but there's standing up in front of other people, and that's part of the way that you inspire others. Are you doing that with work at the moment?
No.
Right. Okay. Because there's something around that, like I feel like I want to hook into that for you as, something that I suppose is part of your journey here on earth, is to be able to share things with others. People come to you and connect with you because they value what you bring to the table. So it's almost like if you meet somebody within 10 minutes, they're pouring their life story out to you or aspects of their life, and they feel very comfortable with you. And it's also what I see with that is it's almost like what you've been throughout life. There's been aspects that now you could help others with. So there's been, I feel like I'm going back to there's been ups and downs and experiences that you've had that really are worth sharing because of the way that you've come out of situations.
Mm-hmm.
And you've really, you're very good at manifesting. So I feel like for you, even if you do it subconsciously, you're able to manifest things coming into your life. So I feel like it's almost like you'll think of something and go, oh, I'd really like that. Then up comes an ad for it to be on sale. And there's something around a trip. I don't know whether you've organised a trip, but so vacation, I should say. I feel like there's something relevant around travel for you.
Oh no, I hadn't organized any
yet?
trip. No.
Okay,
no.
well that's I definitely see that as part of the future side of connecting with you. Is there's a great holiday coming up, and it's like there's an opportunity. You'll see something and go, wow, that's for me.
Oh.
So when that comes up, just go yes, because there's many opportunities. There's many opportunities for you within that. So it's not just you're not just having a vacation. You're meeting like-minded, and there's aspects of this trip. And I feel like for you, I like to go to places that aren't necessarily the busy touristy types. I want to explore and see the culture of places. So there's an aspect of you delving into that, getting a bit deeper into cultures and different experiences.
Mm-hmm.
So is there any other questions, or what else would you like me to delve into? 'Cause I feel like there's something else there. Let me see. So I've got a lady looking over you. Now, can I ask, is your mum in spirit?
Yes, she is.
Okay, because it's like she's there. It's a very gentle lady, this lady that's coming through, and it's almost like she's sort of putting her hand up just gently to say, I'm here. I'm ready to make some things happen for you. So she's very grateful for you, and I feel like there was of course, being mum, you have that connection, but there's something around her that you and her, there was a real special connection, or it's like she's acknowledging all that you did for her. So it's a little bit like above and, not just, it's hard to explain that, but it's like the way she's showing me, she's very grateful for you. And there was a lot of things that you did above and beyond and helped her out. And it's almost like, I don't know whether she got the opportunity to tell you that in life. So I feel like she's coming through that I have to pass that on to you. And what about the ring? There's something about the ring, because I'm here going like this to my ring. So have you got her ring?
I have my grandmother's diamond. My mother had her mother's diamond pin put into my ring because I lost my diamond, and so she replaced it with that diamond.
Oh, beautiful, because it's like she's bringing up the ring. So do you wear the ring now?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. It's like that's very relevant. So, and how beautiful that you've got the connection of two generations, so your grandmother as well.
Yes.
She's also wanting you to step into your personal power, because it's like she's up there wanting to enjoy the ride with you. So I feel like for you, I'm going to do some more courses. I'm going to look at what appeals to me, because I feel like something's going to jump out at you, and that will be you helping others, and it's like being of service. Back in 2011, I went and did a Louise Hay workshop so that I could deliver workshops to women, and that's all about healing and that kind of thing. I just feel like I want to say to you, there's something around like that. It's not You're not going to study for long. It's just something that appeals to you that you're going to jump on and go, oh, I'd love to do that. And I can see you helping others.
Just on a very selfish question, where it's just we're trying to sell a house. Is it going to be happening or?
Okay, so you've got it up for sale at the moment.
Yes.
All right. There's something. So you're getting people through, but there's a blockage there with that house. Have you been there for a long time? Can I ask?
Yes, we were there for a long time.
Yeah, okay. We need to change something up because sometimes what I get when we've been in the one place for a long time, it's got all our energy in it. And it's almost like I want to say to you, go and do some smudging and clearing. And we want to visualize that new person stepping in. There's also something around the entrance of the house. So I feel like I want to either put a couple of pots there, you know, like with some, I don't know, some, you know, like to emphasize the entrance we need to do. It's like when I'm walking in, I'm like, wow, because it's a grey house. There's no reason for it not to sell. And that's a confusion that you're going, why is it not selling? And there's people that are interested, but that we just need to clear that energy. That's what I feel. And then it's ready to roll. I feel you'll have a contract by the end of this year.
By the end of this year? Oh, well, that would be good.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but have a look at that, the entrance, the feng shui of it. Like, just look into that and go, okay. And I feel like there's a very close friend of yours that if you got her to come in and say, right, come on, give me some ideas. We just need to change something up. Easy as. It won't be hard.
Although it's empty. It's an empty house now. You know,
right.
we've moved away.
Maybe we need to put some furniture in it. There's something we need to change up how it's looking at the moment. We need it to be more inviting.
Okay.
So just look at that. But you've got, I seriously, 2 small things, and this will be sold. So please keep me posted. I have to run because I'm out of time. But feel free to message me. My pleasure, Elizabeth. Please keep me posted. I want to know when that contract's signed.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Tonya Rees, Australia Psychic Cowgirl, signing off today. Thank you. Woohoo!
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, friends, neighbors, fellow citizens of the universe, seekers of wisdom and truth and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live from the city of New York, where we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific to look through the magical window of the tarot. And today, it's Wednesday the 13th. Yes, Friday the 13th came on a Wednesday this month. So, and here we are. Now, that's not a bad omen, because just before the show started, I pulled a few cards to just get a feeling for what the night is going to be like. And I got wonderful cards, all major cards. The Wheel of Fortune, which means situations are changing. And that's usually what happens around this time of year. The World, which is a card of assured success. And the Sun, which is a card of healing and health and growth and happiness. So we're going to get a lot of good positive readings tonight. The cards, well, that's like the old saying, right? It's in the cards, and that's what we're going to be doing. If you don't get through tonight, I want to get this out of the way real fast, because I know that we only have a limited amount of time here, and I'm trying to get in as many readings as I can. But if you don't get through tonight, you can always drop me a line at asktarot@earthlink.net. That's my email. I'll say it again. One word, asktarot@earthlink.net. And I will be happy to pull a few cards for you, do a free consultation. That's my gift to the Ask One Radio audience, no charge for the consultation. That's asktarot@earthlink.net. And that also applies if you don't want to call in anyway, because you don't want a few million people listening to your personal life story. My hat's off to the people who call in, because it takes guts to get on the phone and talk to somebody, talk to me, a stranger, practically. I mean, some of you know me. Some of you have been following me for years, either through social media or here, through Ask One Radio. But it takes courage to call and discuss the situation in your life in front of all these people, and this is why I think we get a lot of positive readings from people, because one of the key ingredients to success is knowing what the situation is in your life and being able to deal with it. So anybody who calls to tell me about a situation in their life, they already know what the situation is. They've already taken a positive step towards doing something about that situation, which is calling me or calling any other tarot reader. So you're on your way to success. And hey, maybe the cards won't tell you what you want to hear, but they'll tell you what you need to hear. And we can always figure out if there's something that you don't like, we can always deal with that. There's no such thing as bad news in a tarot reading, because it's all data, it's all information. And the more information you have, the more informed decision you can make, the better informed decision. Let's see, why am I groping for words here? The more informed your decision will be. That's the way to do it. Now, if you want to know more about what I do and how I can help you influence events in your life so that they go the way you want them to go, hey, no problem. I got a whole website for that. Magic-works.com, magic-works.com. Notice I spell magic the old-fashioned way. That's because I'm not one of those magicians who pulls a rabbit out of the hat. I get into the cosmic energy, and that's something that we can all do. We can all tap into that. The cosmic energy is out there, man. One of my favorite things is when people say, well, they're making several assumptions here, but they say, oh yeah, well, you can look in the future, and how come you ain't rich? Okay. First of all, how do you know I'm not rich? I am rich, actually. Not necessarily in terms of money, but money's not a real thing. Money is just something that flows through me to get to the people who send me the bills. It's an artificial thing that people invented. Real wealth lies in relationships and in time and being able to do what you want to do when you want to do it and help other people. And, that's wealth. That's the real wealth. I feel sorry. It is going to strike some people as odd, but I feel sorry for billionaires. I mean, these are people, I've been around some seriously rich people in my time, and I just don't see much happiness there. I just see uncomfortableness. The idea that somebody else may be richer than they are seems to weigh heavily on rich people's mind. Now, why is it that I don't, that I feel sorry for billionaires? I'll tell you why. I'll tell you in a nutshell, which is where I think billionaires belong. Nothing personal, but look, everybody who's a billionaire once had $800 million and it wasn't enough. Now that's sad. Could you imagine having $800 million and that's just not enough? I mean, what is wrong with this is like hoarding. These are but we honor people who hoard money. We people bow down to them. People think now this is the funniest one, and this comes out in election time every year. So I'm not particularly talking about this current election cycle, but Lord knows it's typical. I'm going to vote for the richest candidate because that person can't be bribed. That person doesn't care about money. Now, don't tell me that somebody who's got billions of dollars doesn't care about money. Chances are that's all they care about. If you knew somebody who had 500,000 baseball cards, would you say that person doesn't care about baseball cards? And now remember, I won't mention any names, but there was a certain woman who was a billionaire at the time. She's a TV and media personality with cooking and housewares and all that kind of stuff. And she went to prison, and she was a billionaire, and she went to prison over manipulating some stocks in order to save $35,000. Now, $35,000 is it's a nice little piece of change. But to somebody with $1 billion, that's like bus fare to get to work, to the normal person. So this is why then people say to me, well, why aren't you rich? Okay, richness is being able to study. Richness is to be able to learn about people. Richness is to be able to help people. Richness is to live up to live the kind of life that is fulfilling. You're not constantly grabbing and looking for more. There comes a time when you pretty much have what you want. And then you do for others and you help others. And that's, for instance, one of the things I do is, like I said earlier, I give a free consultation to Ask One Radio listeners for any tarot or magical work. Generally, I charge a minor fee for that. But I don't charge to the Ask One Radio audience because the fee just keeps away the curiosity seekers. So you're not just curiosity seekers. If you're listening to the Ask One Radio Network, then you're very serious about this stuff. But to be able to say that you work with the power of the universe, and then to have somebody say, do you get money with that? There's got to be bigger things to set your sight on than money. I did an experiment years and years ago. I found out that, for instance, I used to say of all the things that we need in life, money is really the easiest to get. And I proved it. I live in New York City, which has millions upon millions of people. And one day I went out on the street and I asked people passing by if they had any money, if they could give me some money. Just like that, just begging, okay, for money. And people gave me money. People, I didn't make enough to retire, but, people were generous. People gave me money. People give me some change here, a couple of dollars there, and it was fine. Now, the next day, I went out on the same street, same time, theoretically the same set of people. And instead of asking for money, I asked people, can you give me a moment to listen to me? I want to talk to somebody. Now, how many people do you think stopped to talk to me? Nobody. Not one person. So you see, now what do you think is more important in life? Money or communicating with people and having people to talk to and listen to you and maybe help you with problems in life? So my answer to them is, because it always says, well, why don't you win the lottery? That's all you can think of. If you can hear about harnessing the power of the universe through magical ritual and occult esoteric work, and all you can think about is things, well, you're not going to be getting that. You're not going to get either. You're not going to get things or power, because that is such a low goal. And you'll see very few people. I don't think I've ever had a call here from anybody in the years I've been doing this show on Ask One Radio. I haven't had anyone call and say, "Could you tell me how to win the lottery?" Of course, I will tell you how to win the lottery if you really want to know. Buy a ticket. Now, here's the deal. In my book, Reverend Elliott Explains It All, I tell a story about another experiment I did in terms of a lottery and winning a ticket. Getting a ticket that would win. And I did. Oh, brother, did I get a ticket that won. But not money. I explain that in the book, and that's my teaser. It's the chapter heading is, "Did magic get you what you wanted or what you needed?" And I learned a lesson with that one. And some of you know the story, some of you don't. But if you want to know the story and you want to know about what magic can do in your life, pick up a copy of my book, Reverend Elliott Explains It All. You can find it at mojoacademy.org, which has a link to amazon.com. It's available at amazon.com. But if you go to mojoacademy.org, you'll find all the books there, all the books from Mojo Brothers Publishing, including that one and several others I've written. And you'll see how you can get those at a nice, hefty discount by bypassing retail and going straight to the printing plant. You'll be like an insider when you do that, see? So that's my little chat for today. Just remember that the cards that I got before I started the show are very positive. It says a wonderful change and good things coming. I'll tell you more about what I do and what I can do to help you as the show goes on, and we'll mention various products and books and gifts and things like that. But in the meantime, I want to get set to pull back the magical curtain on our first caller, and I do that by ringing a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. Now that, of course, is I've got the candles going, and I've got some incense going. I've got all that going, and what I do is I ring that bell. Now, bells are an interesting thing. Bells are vibrations, and what is the universe but a vibration? There are people who believe fervently, and I'm talking about scientists, not run-of-the-mill New Agers, but people who believe that the entire universe is nothing but a vibratory manifestation of consciousness. And everything is conscious. And that's maybe that goes a long way in explaining how the tarot cards work. Because they do work. They do show you what's going on in life. They do show you what's happening in your life. They show you what's coming up. They show you a bit of the future. And I say a bit of the future because the future changes. The future now is not the same as the future 10 minutes from now. Because 10 minutes from now, we're different people. 10 minutes from now, after a reading, for instance, we have more information about our life. So that will affect the future. So that's good. Look, let's face it. If the cards would show you what was in the future and there was nothing you could do about it, why bother? I could be spinning records right now. That would be the best way to go. So keep that in mind. That the future is a flexible thing, because we can control what we're doing. There really is no such thing as the future in that sense, but there are events that unfold. There are rhythms in life, things like that. And we get to play with that. We get to look at that. We get to take a peek around the corner using these cards. If you want to know more about what I do, like I said, the website is magic-works.com, magic-works.com. I got about 60 pages at that website there. You'll love it. You'll find all kinds of information there about candle magic and love spells and all kinds of stuff like that. And now with the holiday season coming up, check out my store. There's something good that you can look at. Go to magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and click on, there's a couple of links there. Like one says Reverend Elliott's Store. You'll see a lot of neat merchandise there with an occult theme. And then there's another one that's in the menu right above that says occult jewelry. I won't even tell you what that's about, but it's something very special. And I hope you can look at it. Now, let's ring that bell. Let's ring that bell 3 times to get into sacred space and go to our first reading. Now, I'll pull back the curtain on the magical window for Leanne in Western Australia. Hi, Leanne. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Elliot. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight, Leanne?
Lovely today, hon. It's nice and warm here, about 38 degrees Celsius.
Oh, yeah. Rub it in. I forgot. I'm here in New York City where it was like 28 degrees today. We're going into winter and you're going into summer, right? So that's the rhythms I was talking about. Record. Wow. Well, we're getting a cold snap here. So what can I look at for you?
My husband and I are thinking about downsizing as we're getting to that age. I was just wondering if this is about the right time to do it, and if you can enlighten me on anything, and if there's anything that I need to know.
Well, let's shuffle them up, and we'll see how your life is going at this particular point. Well, this is very interesting. The cards are fascinating here. The first thing I've got is the Eight of Cups, and the Eight of Cups really fits in quite well with that, with what you were saying, because that's about people who are leaving something that isn't working for them and going to something better, going to something different. And so you're really considering a big change in lifestyle, right?
Huge change.
Yeah, so that's good. That card, the Eight of Cups, that's right off the bat. That's telling me that we're on the right wavelength here. After that is the Eight of Rods. That's another 8 card, and the Eight of Rods means that what's happening, the things happening now. There's forces at work, and change, and things are happening and coming your way. Then there's the Seven of Rods, which is a person who can sweep away obstacles, and that's essentially what you want to do. You want to get rid of things that are cluttering your life, things that are getting in your way. The next is the Two of Cups, and that's a nice one too, because the Two of Cups can mean several things. It can mean a new relationship, but since you are in a relationship now, the general meaning in that case is that the relationship that you're in is going to reach a new level. So you're right at the cusp of these changes happening. And with the relationship between you and your husband, it's really going to change for the better, I should add, because the next card is the Four of Rods. And I want to ask you about all these rods in a moment. That's a card of a happy home and comfort and serenity and peace. And then there's the Six of Coins, which means that there's money coming your way. Now you're probably going to be selling certain things, right? So this is going to be bringing money your way.
Yeah,
the outcome card, the last. Yeah, there you go. You see, because this shows that there is money coming your way, and that'll be the sale of the house and the items that you want to do to downsize and unclutter a bit. Temperance card is the overall card that I have for this, and that's a fabulous card for you because it means balance restored. If you felt that things in your life had gotten out of balance and you want to simplify and bring back that balance, that's exactly what that card shows happening. Now, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards here, and almost half of them are rods, and rods are about work and career. So is there any thing about like changing jobs or changing career, anything like that on the horizon for you?
I would love to.
Okay, well,
I would love to change jobs.
Well, this is telling me that that's what was on your mind, because a number of rod cards coming up like that tells me that work and career is on your mind. So let me see if I can pull out a couple of things here relating to that. Now, this is fascinating because, yeah, it's the Ace of Cups. That is the beginning of happiness and joy. And that's telling me that you're going to be entering, in terms of getting work, you're entering a period of new things happening that are going to be emotionally uplifting. There's going to be happiness. There's no doubt about it. These cards show that you're entering a period of balance and happiness and joy and love. I mean, it's all there. And so according to these, you're on a track. You're doing the right thing. It feels right too,
That sounds
doesn't it?
awesome because we've had a hard year.
Well, that's it's fascinating that you said you've had a hard year, because the card that I just got is the card that means the worst is over. Now an excellent sign. Just when you said that too, because that's a sword card, and that's a card that just looks really nasty because it shows a person lying face down in the mud, with 10 swords in her back. And people look at that and they get scared and they think it means death. But no, it does not mean death. It means precisely the opposite. It means that the world has thrown the worst at you and you've survived and you're still here and you're going to get up and you're going to do fine. That's the 10 of Swords. Take a look at the card sometime if you have access to tarot cards.
Yeah, I have
just
a deck.
look online. Yeah, well, look at the 10 of Swords.
Yeah,
Could be a
I have
really
a couple
nasty
of
looking card. Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's a good one for you.
And it's
So you're
been like
entering a
that
period
with the
of
swords in my
renewal.
back.
Yeah, well, that's over. That just means that the worst is over. Okay.
No, yeah, awesome.
So you're
Yeah.
just
No, that's great.
the overall thing that I hear that you wanted to know is how this is working for you. And as you can see, they're all positive cards. They're wonderful cards, and they show exactly what you referred to. You know, the downsizing and the changing and the new job and all that. I'm pulling one more card here, and that's the card that I got even before the show started. It's the World, and that's a card that means assured success. So you're on the right track. Okay, Leanne?
Oh, that is wonderful to know because we weren't sure if we should or shouldn't. So, yeah, that helps heaps.
Well,
Is there
I
any
hope
time
this
frame
gives you
in
some
this?
information.
Can I ask that question?
Oh, yes, because that was the 8 of Varods. That means it's happening now. That means that it's in motion now and it's all happening now. So you're right in the thick of it.
Okay, yes, lovely.
So keep me posted if you want. I'll be happy to look at some cards as this progresses. My email, again, and this for everybody listening, is asktarot@earthlink.net. And I'll be happy to take a look at a few cards for you. Okay?
Oh, yeah, that would be wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate what you've done.
My pleasure. Thank you. And,
You have a lovely
keep it up
day.
because you're on a good path. Thank you. Bye now. And we'll shuffle up the cards again. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network. We get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific to look through the magical window of the tarot. And what a wonderful reading that was. And what I love is when I've been messing around with tarot cards since the 80s, since the early 1980s. And I never take them for granted because they never fail to surprise me and give me that little boost of energy. And when the cards show up and they say exactly what the person is asking about, like, you know, about downsizing and changing the life, the style of life. And then the first card I get is that one about leaving things behind, leaving things that aren't working for you and going to things that are better. That's the cards saying to me, we're simpatico. We're on the right track here. We've got it. It's the kind of thing that the great Swiss psychiatrist Carl Jung used to refer to as synchronicity, which is a term that has been so watered down now that people just use it to mean a coincidence, but it's a lot more than that. This synchronicity refers to the idea that all things that happen at the same moment in the universe are related to each other, sort of like quantum entanglement, where particles created at the same time, even if they're light years apart, when you do something to one and it's reflected in the other. And the funny thing about that is that it happens faster than the speed of light. Now, go figure that one out. It reminds me of what a biologist, I believe he was a biologist named Haldane, once said. He said, the universe is not only stranger than we imagine, it's stranger than we can imagine. And when the cards, when the cards just show me exactly what somebody is referring to, then I know that they listen and the cards are here and it's real. We're all shuffled up now, and Jamie in South Lyon, Michigan is next. Hi, Jamie. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi. Hi.
Hi, Jamie. How are you tonight? Hi.
Good. How are you?
Good. We're doing very well. I get such a boost of energy doing the show. What can I look at for you tonight?
Can you hear me good? Because they didn't think they could hear me well. earlier. Am I talking
Well, I hear you
loud
fine.
enough? Okay, just checking.
I hear you just fine. Okay, yeah. It's kind of funny because we tarot cards go back hundreds and hundreds of years, and here we are using state-of-the-art satellites and computers and phones and all kinds of things to get to talk, and we're not sure if we hear each other. That's just the way it goes.
No, I
But the
know. Can
cards
you
are
hear me
here.
now? Can you hear me now?
There's yeah, I know. Oh, I remember that. Yeah. So what can I look at for you?
I don't really know. I'm currently off work on a medical disability. My life fell apart this summer. And I think that things are going in the right direction, but I just am not really sure if I'm trusting the right people or if I'm...
Let me ask you a few questions here because I've got some cards. I pulled some cards while you were talking. And when you mentioned disability, that was actually something I wanted to ask you about because the first card I have is the Eight of Swords. And that shows a person who is blindfolded and tied up and bound and gagged. And it means somebody who's restricted and who feels that she can't really move and do the things she wants to do, feels tied up, So I'm assuming you do feel that way at times, correct?
Trapped or dependent on other people. That's the one good thing I can say about myself is I've been independent. I went to college. I'm a single mom with 3 kids. We have a beautiful home, but I had to wait 3.5 weeks for a paycheck, and so I had to depend on my mom and dad. So, and even when I get my paycheck from disability, it's still only 65%. So I do feel like I'm trapped. I feel like
you're feeling restricted. Yeah, that's what the card is. A person who feels restricted and is not. When I say is not mobile, I don't mean it in a literal sense. Like you're like the card is literal. It shows a person tied up, but the meaning is symbolic. It means that you don't feel free. That's the basic thing. Well, that's that's the part about. Here's the next card. It's the Wheel of Fortune, and the Wheel of Fortune. That means that the situation is going to change. Now, the next question is it going to change for the better or not? And the answer is yes, it's going to change for the better because the card after that is the Star. And the Star is a card of hope and optimism. And that's a very good sign here. That's followed by the Ten of Coins. The Ten of Coins is a card about a happy home. And family. That's what it refers to, like parents and grandparents and grandchildren and great-grandparents and all of that stuff. It's just lineage. And that's followed by the card of Justice. Now, that means that you're going to be that's generally a card that refers to a good outcome in a court case. So is anything about your disability in litigation right now? Or is
no, it's kind of funny that you said that because, okay, so I have 2 daughters and their father passed away 5 years ago. And in my grief, I met a doctor that I worked with. And I was drinking a lot, and I should have known he had a problem because he was drinking as much as I was, and I was grieving. I got pregnant with my son, and it was just toxic whirlwind explosion on both of our sides. He got kicked out of his residency program because he went away for treatment for the VA. And my life has just, I don't even know. But we have been trying again after this whole thing. We've been broken up for 3 years. We learned how to be in the same room as each other. We learned how to trust each other. He's actually sober, and he's in treatment. I helped him get his career back. And I just don't know, though, because those drunken days, those nights, those were pretty awful. And I'm not really in a strong situation to know if I'm supposed to go back there. But I would say he's a very good father to all 3 of my children.
Well, the cards after the card of Justice, which tells me that the situation will be rectified. The situation, you're working to do that, so that's good. The cards I have after that are happy cards. So that's
what you
a
said
good
before
sign
that was
also.
family, and that's kind of why I was getting at that. I just moved to a new house in May. He lives an hour away. I mean, he considers us his family, but I just don't know if that's supposed to be that way.
Well, you'll find out. I mean, it's not the kind of thing that I can go into in a brief reading now. This is the kind of thing that I would, I don't do this very often for callers, but I would strongly suggest that you contact me for a full reading, and you can check the rates and the times and all that at my website. But it's always affordable. I can tell you. It's not like we agree on a price and that's set. This goes for everybody listening, by the way. I don't charge by the minute. So if we take longer than the time, then big deal. We take longer than the time. I don't charge extra for that. But this is a very deep situation you've got now here, and yet I just, as an overall, which is the most I can do in these kind of readings, is I can tell you that the cards are very happy. After that, there's also an interesting card here in terms of your desires. It's the 9 of coins, and now the 9 of coins is about a person who is comfortable being alone. Now that doesn't mean like a hermit, I mean it just means that you don't we've all known people who fall apart if there's nobody in their life. But you're comfortable with who you are, and you're comfortable in your own skin. So you're not desperately in need. At least that's what I'm seeing in the cards. You don't need to have somebody with you at all times, that you can be solitary and do well with it. Does that describe you?
That's correct. After 3 years ago, after it ended, because I went from one relationship to another after Jesse died. 3 years ago, after it ended, I've been alone, and it was a hard thing to do, and I'm comfortable now.
Well, see,
So you're correct.
that's reflected in these cards. Now, what's fascinating is we started out with the card of a person feeling restricted. We got into the Wheel of Fortune, which is about change, and then the Star about optimism, and then the stuff about the family and justice and happiness and being comfortable. So you've gone from feeling restricted to feeling comfortable in your own skin. Now, you have managed this transformation yourself. I mean, you've been working at this for several years now. So you should give yourself a round of applause for that. This is now one more card I've got here. This is exactly the kind of card. This is the card I was hoping I would get. I had this earlier for someone too. It's the Temperance card, and that is a card that means balance is restored.
Oh, good. Because you know what? I've been working on balance.
Well,
I seriously have.
You definitely, your life has been out of balance for a few years. You know why, and you know what happened. So that's 90% of the battle right there. And this just tells me that you're going to get everything that you want. And so I wouldn't sweat it. You're on the right path here. I mean, what this card is telling me, what these cards are saying, is that you're going to make the right decisions.
Thank you.
So, keep that. Now, if you want more information, keep that in mind. Take a look. This goes for everybody listening also. The website is magic-works.com, magic-works.com. You can scroll down at the home page, and there's a list of the tarot readings that I offer and the prices and all that. And even that is negotiable because, I don't want to turn anyone away for the sake of just a few dollars, that. But just take a look at that and see and consider it, because this is the time of year that I recommend, especially for people, that this is a good time as we're leaving one year and going into another, to take a reading, get a full reading. I'm not one of those people who thinks that people should get readings every week, because then you become dependent on the cards. But if you, at the end of the year or your birthday, in my case, my birthday is the first week of January, so that's out the window for me. But if you can, as the new year begins, that's a really good time to take at least a half hour to look at some cards and discuss these things and see what the cards point to, and take notes. And even if we do it on Skype, anybody who gets the reading that way can record it and listen to it at any time. So keep that in mind. But right now I see that all your work is paying off. All that work that you did is paying off, because these cards show exactly what you've been doing, and you confirm it, and it shows a happy ending there. Now, just one more card here I've got. It's the Magician, and that's a wonderful major card. That's a person who's got the power to do things that need to be done. And it's more than just earthly power. There's a spiritual element in the Magician, that the person can take spiritual power from above, metaphorically, and bring it down to the earthly level. And you're a very powerful person to be able to work through this and get it done. And like I said, my hat's off to you. You're headed for a really good time. A good time. There's justice coming your way, and balance is coming your way, and happiness is there. But the main thing is
makes me want to cry
because
it's all I wanted for like 5 years. I've wanted to enjoy my kids. I've wanted to, but I just couldn't get out of it no matter how hard I tried. And I do feel like things have turned over for me in the last few months.
Well,
and
you've done it.
I'm still scared and vulnerable, but I'm getting there.
Now, let me tell you what I just got. When people describe a situation to me, I like to pull a card and see what I get. And I got 2 cards here. And one is the 7 of coins, and that means an investment that paid off. And we're not talking about buying Apple stock at $1 years ago. We're talking about the investment you put into your own life and the work that you put in, and that's paid off. And the next card is the 4 of rods. That's a card I had earlier for somebody. That's another card that indicates a happy home. So you mentioned all the work you've done, and I see that there's the paying off of an investment. You mentioned enjoying your children, and I get the card of a happy home. So these cards are telling you that it's funny. Whatever you mention, that's the card I get. So you're in sync with these cards. That's an excellent. No matter who you go to get a reading, if it's an ethical reader, you're going to do well. You're going to learn a lot because the cards are really working with you. You have a link to the cards, and that's marvelous. So just keep doing what you're doing now, and just realize that what the cards are telling me overall is you're going to make the right decisions. So there you have it.
Thank you.
I hope
I
that helps.
appreciate you. It does. It gives
thank you
me
very much.
a sense of contentment, or I think, yeah. So thank you.
Well, that's the balance. That's the balance you're feeling. Isn't that what the contentment is a perfect word for balance? And you've got it. And that is also the card that's in the card about the person who can be alone and is secure. And it's content is a beautiful word. You nailed it. I'm almost speechless. So keep me posted if you like, because I'll be more than happy to look at a few
I wrote down
cards for
your
you
email
now.
too earlier. Can I repeat your email? Can you repeat your email?
It's Ask Tarot. Yeah. Ask Tarot, AskTarot, at earthlink.net. And I can also be found through Ask One Radio or through my website, which is magic-works.com. It's magic with a CK at the end. I'm the easiest person to find.
I wrote your website down too for your prices. I just wanted to write your email in case something
Beautiful.
You said you'd like to hear if something happens that you said. So I wrote it down.
Okay.
So thank
Excellent.
you very much.
It's good to hear you laughing. It's a very good sign. So thank you for calling. It's been wonderful reading
Thank
for you, and I hope to do it again. Bye now.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. And we'll shuffle up the cards again. This is Reverend Elliott. Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. You see what a wonderful reading that was. What a wonderful verification. This is one of the things I absolutely love about reading tarot cards is that they can show people verification of what's going on in their life. Because sometimes, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I sit there thinking, am I nuts or is this what's really happening? And the cards can give you verification that is what's happening. There's so much you can find at my website, magic-works.com, by the way, that can give you a hint as to how you can use the time-honored human cultural techniques of ritual magic. This is not, there's nothing magical about magic, let's put it that way. This is stuff that human beings have been doing for thousands of years. It can be argued that magical ritual is what made us human beings. Moon magic, for instance, it's a very simple thing. Moon magic, people used to watch the moon. The moon was very important to people throughout history. But, we have machines now, and we've kind of lost touch with nature. That's the whole climate thing, is that so many of us don't live in the rhythms of nature anymore. But for instance, we've had a full moon recently. So now the moon is shrinking. The moon is going down into the new moon. This is a very rudimentary form of moon magic. You can look at the moon each night. And as it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, from the full moon to the new moon, which is black, just picture your troubles disappearing with it. As the moon wanes, as the moon disappears, picture your troubles disappearing with it. And then after the new moon, it starts to rise. It grows again. The moon waxes, and it goes bigger and bigger and bigger until it's full. Well, picture abundance in your life, getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Picture love in your life, getting bigger and bigger and bigger. That's all there is to magic. All the rest is just trappings. All the rest are devices that we use to enhance it. It's like extra tubes in a radio. Boy, is that dating me or what? I don't know what's more archaic, radio or tubes. But check out magic-works.com, magick-works.com. And I do encourage people this time of year, as we're rounding the corner into 2020, to get a full reading. Even if you only do it once a year, it's worth doing because, as you heard, it can help sort things out in life. And the important thing is that we can discuss the cards and you can tell me what the cards mean to you. Imagine what we could do if we had more than just 3 or 4 minutes together. Well, let's get to another call before I babble away and bring the whole thing to a close. And we'll get to Noreen in Ontario. Hi, Noreen. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello, Reverend Elliot. How are you today?
I'm doing well.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm okay, thanks. I think.
Oh, good. Anything in? Oh, well, let's find out, right? Is there anything in particular I can look at for you?
My husband has a lot of health issues, and we lost his mom a few years ago, and now we're in court suing his brother. And it's tough. It's a tough go right now.
Yes, I hear. This is something that's so common. I deal with this with people all the time. When there's an upheaval in the family, and it's some people it brings out the best in them, and some people precisely the opposite. This is heartbreaking every time I hear about it. So, what would you like to look at to see how that's going or what's happening?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like physically and mentally drained.
That'll do it. That's absolutely, that'll do it. Now, I have very positive cards here. Very evocative cards. The first card is the 9 of Swords, and that's a card of deep sorrow and sadness. Well, of course, it's a sad situation. The next card is the Justice card, and the Justice card refers to getting justice. And that's, like I said earlier, when I got this card, it generally refers to a court case. So this is telling me that because the card after that is the 10 of Cups, and that's a card of perfected happiness. So these cards are telling me that you're going to get what you want in this court case. The next card I had earlier, I just had it for a preview for the caller in Australia. The 10 of Swords, that's a card that looks just terrible, but it's a good one. It means that the bad situation is over. It means that the worst has been thrown at you, and you're still here. Now, after that, there are two very positive cards. The Sun, which is a card of healing and health and growth, and the Ace of Cups, which is about the beginning of happiness and joy. And so it looks to me that things are going to be rectified for you. And it's all hinges on that court case. But from what I'm seeing now, as things stand now, it looks very positive for you. Nevertheless, remember that first card was a sad card. So that's the way, that's the aura of the whole thing, is that it's a sadness. There's no joy here, but there's happiness, if you understand. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, you're going to get.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I'll tell you a situation that I see quite often is when there's a successful business and like one member of the family will inherit the business and the other will inherit the building that the business is in. And that's a recipe for disaster. And I've seen that. I thought it was unique when I first encountered it, but I've seen it so many times from people who've contacted me. But according to this, I mean, I'm getting really good feedback in terms of the way the court case is going to go. So keep on top of the lawyers. Make sure you can help in any way you can. But it seems to be going very well for you. Now, in addition to the Ace of Cups, there's the Ace of Coins, which means that there's going to be a cash settlement. So that's worth keeping in mind too. I always like to say to people that you may not get everything you want, but you're going to get a lot of it. But I'm not even seeing any negatives here. I'm seeing nothing but positives about the legal situation. So keep up on that and make sure that you know what's going on, and you're on a good path. It's painful, that's for sure, but I see a good path here for you. Does that help any for you?
Yes, it does. It does. Thank you.
Well, I know it's overwhelming. It's all overwhelming. But what I'm seeing is all the cards stemming from the Justice card. All of those cards are positive, happy, growth. Who knows? Maybe maybe there'll be reconciliation in the family. Although, what are the odds of that, right? But then again, the sun is the card of healing. The card. Yeah, I know. But life is full of surprises. But I do see that things are headed well for you. Look, I just shuffled up the cards a bit more, and I pulled one more card out, and it's the Justice card. So definitely that court case is of paramount importance to you right now, and I see nothing interfering with it in terms of what you need and what you want. So keep that in mind and keep a positive attitude and stay involved. Okay?
Oh, I will for sure.
Okay, and I'll tell you what I'll do. I will, because you sound down still, and I don't blame you. But
I
it's
do
a
because
messy thing.
I've had a total knee replacement. Didn't work. Total knee revision didn't work. I'm going to see another orthopedic surgeon the day before my birthday, and I'm so hoping that he's going to be able to fix this because I can hardly walk.
Well, the good news is that this kind of treatment is getting better and better. They're getting much better at it. So you'll just, I will light a candle to send positive energy your way. How's that?
That's awesome.
Okay, stay in touch. Maybe if you want a couple of cards pulled over the as these things develop, just drop me a line. You have my email. It's asktarot@earthlink.net, and I'll be more than happy. Just remind me who you are. And I will be more than happy to pull a few more cards for you. That'll be my New Year's gift for you. How's that?
Thank you very, very much.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them up one more time, see if we can get in a last caller before I have to run. Look how fast the time went. Dina in Middletown, New Jersey is next. Hi, Dina. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
Good.
Good. Well, what can I look at for you?
My career and finances.
Okay, let's see. Whoa, finances. I got a good one here. I have the Six of Coins. The Six of Coins is a card of getting money. That's okay. That's pretty good. Let's see what we get about work. Now, I've got 4 cards here that are, one is money and 2 are about work, and 1 is a major card. The major card is the star, and that's hope and optimism. So that means you're in a position where things will go well. The Six of Coins is a card, it can mean philanthropy, but in a broader sense, it means getting money. The next 2 cards are rods. They're about work. And 1 is the 10 of rods, and that is a card about somebody who may feel overburdened and overworked. Are you feeling that these days?
Yes, I just went through a really bad divorce after 20 years. It was an abusive relationship. And I have to keep leaving and changing jobs because he follows and stalks me. And I just feel like I'm so overwhelmed trying to support my kids.
Oh, how awful. But, congratulations on at least, making the move to get out of it. I know 20 years, it can go by like that. And where did the time go? But that can be very depressing to people. But at least you took some action and you did it. Now this is important because the next card I have is a card of great success. It's the Six of Rods. It's a card of triumph and victory and success. So I'm hoping that means that things are going to go very well for you.
Oh, good. I hope so.
Now, yeah, because you see, now this is a card I started in the very first reading I did tonight. I got this card, and this is absolutely appropriate for you right now. It's the Eight of Cups, and that is a person who leaves a situation that isn't working and goes to something better in life. So this is telling me that you're still working on it. The outcome, I'm up against the end of the show here, so I don't have much time. But I can just tell you that what I'm getting here, it's just horrible that you've got somebody who is going out of his way to make life difficult for you. But that's one of the tragedies of life, is that so many people need to do that with people, is to just make their life miserable. Let me tell you what I would like you to do. Consider this. You don't have to do this, of course, but just consider it. I talk about this frequently on the show. There is a product called a road opener kit, and that is something that opens the road. It is traditional American magic, hoodoo Southern magic, and what it does is it is a kit that helps to clear obstacles from out of our way, and it works. It's like all magic. It works within us. It's about us. It's about focusing our energies, and this is a way to help focus those energies. And you can find road opener kits. I'm going to tell you 3 places, and you can get 3 different types, and they're not very expensive. One is a store on the internet, all of them, called Azure Green, A-Z-U-R-E, green, like the color. The other is Wisdom Products, and the other is the Luck Shop. And these are 3 stores that have been around. All of them have been around for well more than 30 years. So they're reputable and they're fair, and I buy from them. So I'm not selling you something from me. Go check out this goes for anybody listening who's having obstacles, somebody throwing obstacles in your way, because man, there are people who just love to do that. And I don't know what kind of a kick they get out of it, but they do get some kind of an energy out of it. So get a road opener kit or consider it, read up on it and consider doing that, because I think that would help you out. And check out one of those 3 stores online, okay?
Okay, that sounds great.
Okay, but remember now, the cards are good for you. The cards show success. The cards show that you're going to get what you want. It's just a difficult and painful situation. But I've got to run now because I've got to wrap up. So drop me a line at asktarot@earthlink.net if you want a little follow-up. Thanks for calling.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye now.
Bye.
And that's it. We've come to the end. Now, remember, I talk about that road opener a lot, and I think that's important, especially this time of year, folks, because we do get a lot more involved with people in our families who we don't normally get involved with during the course of the year. And you know what that can lead to. That is not always the happiest of experiences. So keep that in mind. And those businesses, again, that you can check are Wisdom Products, the Luck Shop, and Azure Green. I always wonder if I'm pronouncing that right. Azure Green, A-Z-U-R-E-G-R-E-E-N. They're wonderful, wonderful companies, all 3 of them. I've had nothing but marvelous experiences with them. So I would urge you to look for a road opener kit there. If you want to know more about what magic can do and what I can do to help you out with magic, go to my website, magic-works.com, magic-works.com. Mojo Brothers books. There's another thing that I would urge you to look at, mojoacademy.org, another website. There's books there that I've written. There are books there that I haven't written. There are books there that other people wrote. And there are books there that other people wrote that I wrote the introductions for and things like that. It's a wonderful place, Mojo Brothers books, especially now when we've got the holiday season coming up. I want you to consider, what better gift can you give to somebody than a book or a product that can change their life for the better. There you go. We know we're positive people here, you and me. We don't go out of our way to rain on somebody's parade. I would go out of my way to help somebody. I'm not going to go out of my way to hurt somebody. This is utterly pointless, and yet so many people do it. So those are some websites, those are some stores, those are some products. Go to magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and check out Reverend Elliott's store, and check out Occult Jewelry, and check out the books at mojoacademy.org, and check me out next week right here on Ask One Radio. So until we get together next Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific, this is Reverend Elliott saying, remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Thank you so much for joining me today. I am so excited to be joining you today with Sapphire Souls. I'm Amber Price. Thank you so much for joining me in this welcoming community. I am so happy to bring you some messages today. First, I want to start with introducing myself. I'm living in Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada, and I have 5 children, and I'm living here with my husband. We have 1 grandbaby and another one on the way any day now. So it's quite busy here in the Price household, but not too busy to be able to spread some light in the community. So today, I just wanted to give you a couple little insights into who I am and how I got here. So I started doing this work professionally a few years ago, and it kind of came about in a very interesting way because I didn't actually plan on being a psychic medium for my life. If you can imagine, most of us don't, right? It kind of something you're stumbled upon, and the universe is kind of giving you that direction and guidance to be able to come and join this work. So originally, I had done a lot of work in the healthcare industry in administration. And so I ended up continuing that work and really finding more and more that I went on that I just needed to do this. So my earliest memory was when I was about 4 years old, around kindergarten time. And that's when I really started recognizing that I didn't actually believe that I was alone. I knew it was an imaginary friend, but I did know that the energy that was around me, I felt like I wasn't alone, and that, I really felt comforted by it. It never did scare me. And then fast forward to about 12 years old, and luckily some pioneers in the industry were already on television and sharing some information educationally about this type of work. And I was able to, through that, really understand who I was and what I was doing. And so from there at 12, you can imagine I didn't understand very much about it, but I did know I wasn't alone and that other people did feel the same way and experience the same things that I did. And as you know, because if you're watching, that means that you're also a spiritual soul. And so to some extent, you also probably feel like you could be isolated, or that somebody doesn't really understand how you feel or some of the things that you're experiencing. So when you do have somebody like that come along and really shed some light, it really is comforting. So I ignored it, of course, at 12 years old. I just went and continued and played and, lived my life. And then getting to 17 years old is when I really started to feel my first experience. Now, it was around the first time that I knew that I was communicating with someone who had departed. And so that's when I really started to harness in and listen to that energy. But of course, at 17, this isn't something that I thought I would be doing for the rest of my life. It was something that I just thought I was. And so when I'm connecting and getting messages, I just felt, again, very peaceful, very validated, very heartwarmed by it because it was never scary. And so then about 26 years old, I was pregnant with my 4th child. And we, of course, didn't know if it was going to be a boy or girl, but I had this impression of a little girl, and she came to me and kind of gave me some information about that she was a girl, that she would be coming and joining us into this earth realm, and that she would be coming on a certain month and a certain day. And of course, I thought, okay, well, we'll see what happens. And of course, true to her message, she came on the exact day that she had given me the information. So from there, it really kind of started to get more involved and more heavy as we kind of went on. And being a parent, I really used my intuition to help guide and help deliver messages and guidance to my children. So as I mentioned, we do have 5. And so now we get to share that information with all the little new grandbabies that are coming for us. And so when I decided that I was going to work in this industry and really just live my authentic purpose, which I really believe each of you should be doing. It is a very scary and difficult step. I understand. I've been there, done that, had to make the same choice. But at the end of the day, it's feeling like a relief. Like, yes, you are doing what you're supposed to be doing. You are living your authentic purpose. And that in itself is so rewarding. So I was about 26 when I made that decision to really start listening. But I really wasn't until my 30s in which I decided that I was going to be doing this for professional work. And I'm a claircognizant, so I get a lot of information that just kind of comes into my head, like my own thoughts and my own memories of things. And so, of course, that is the most challenging is that your own thought. Did I know that before? And now I'm just remembering it now. And so really the thoughts that come in and the messages that are interpreted and received are really quick, fast, and furious. And so it's a lot to absorb when you're first learning. And as an empath, which is my second strongest quality, you feel the way that other people feel. And so this was my biggest struggle. So any of you out there that have been looking to understand themselves more, or maybe struggling with feelings of anxiety or chronic illnesses or autoimmune disorders, those are things that I struggled with myself. And I'm very, very willing to share those personal stories because I feel like it's so helpful to understand. I feel a lot of spiritual people feel these types of ailments a lot because they're not really understanding that they're receiving energy and receiving information through that way. And so knowing that now makes you a lot more healthy. You take a lot of more accountability to these things. So really some personal growth in that area. And of course, once you start acknowledging that they're coming through and that you are getting messages, you start to feel healthier because you're in a lot more control over what information you're receiving and how you're interpreting it, if you choose to share it or if you keep it private. All of those things come with learning really who you are and what your purpose is. The main thing that I really kind of focused on was more information. So, okay, now I know that I'm experiencing these things. So where can I get information? Where can I understand? And I didn't know really anybody else who was doing it professionally. I believe I come from a long line of family members on both my father and my mother's side that are very sensitive to energy, whether they're empaths or whether they're actually receiving clairvoyant messages or claircognizant messages. And so it was never a thing to be ashamed of in my family. Like I was very, very lucky that I had so much support with friends and family. But not everybody does. And you know, you have to find that support from somewhere. So really just kind of delving into books. I had read so many books. My husband got me one that I really want to give a shout out to, Sherry Dillard. It was You Are a Medium. This book was amazing. It really captured the essence of what I was experiencing and shedding light onto it. And so I just started reading more books and more books and more books and researching, the internet and really understanding what kind of information I am getting and how to work with it. And so I guess I could say I'm a natural born medium in the sense that I just never really had to develop it from scratch. Like if I go back into time, I know that at 4 years old, I was experiencing that. And of course, it wasn't something that I asked for at that age, or even asked for in later years. But of course, this is my life's purpose. I understand that now. And I just absolutely love that there are forums like A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV and all these different people that come out and share their wisdom each day and each week and each moment. And so I'm just very, very pleased to be part of this community. So that's enough about me. I just love sharing some things just so that people who also are experiencing, their own enlightenment and their own spiritual ascension really do understand that it's not easy for us as sensitive people. We don't just wake up and we're doing this, without any problem. It is something that we all work on and that we all energy. You've got the change. So, just as the leaves have fallen from the trees, you've got the energy that is asking us to let things fall away from our energy in our soul that we no longer need. We carry so much with us every single day. And, I always equate it to like, if you were carrying all these grocery bags and backpacks and stuff, and every time somebody you met, you got another backpack or another grocery bag, and then you got upset because something upsets us. And so you hold that as another bag, and then all of a sudden you've got like, you're being weighed down by all of these bags and all of this energy that you're carrying. Now imagine if you thought of that as the physical picture that I was creating for you. Could you imagine how far somebody could get in carrying all of those bags and all of that weight? So when we're really thinking about it, if you can put down those bags, those spiritual bags, you can really start to feel healthier and feel more aware and have more enlightening messages come through. Because when we are holding all of that stuff, what happens is our energy becomes a little bit more dense, and it is harder to communicate with energy. And so if we're talking about you and how you're supposed to be, maybe communicating with your loved ones or your angels, your guides, you really want to have some sense of clarity when you're getting those messages. And let's be clear, just because you put something down doesn't mean that you don't have to care about it anymore. It just means that you're letting yourself enjoy the moment that you're in. And so when you're continuing to release or hold all of those things, you definitely should be thinking about, what is this doing for me? Because really, fall reminds us, put things down, let things go. And so it's kind of an awkward time for some of us. I don't know if you listeners have thought of this or have noticed in the last few weeks, some of the energy is absolutely chaotic. And so if you're in the midst of a crossroad in your life, you're absolutely probably feeling uncomfortable. Everything probably seems like it's juggling up in the air and you don't know which way to go. That's okay. Don't worry. We're all there. I've been there too. And so all this has to do is remind us that something has to change. Because if we didn't feel uncomfortable and we didn't have the chaos that's surrounding us, we wouldn't be pushed to do something different, right? So with fall comes all of the energy about holidays. And I'm talking about Remembrance Day is just around the corner. And so when we have those energies that are coming through and really just remembering and honoring the fallen, that brings a whole bunch of energy to light as well, especially in very historical places, because you've got a lot of energy from the actual events that have occurred. Here in Canada, we just had Thanksgiving, and so the energy with that and what it stands for and represents. And so, of course, upcoming all of these different holidays for every nationality, and that brings energy. Now, we're talking about the energy that's created by us humans, which is the excitement and the joy of getting together with friends and family, or complete opposite. Maybe it's stress and worry, concern about having to come together with people. And either is absolutely normal as long as you know and accept that it is what it is. And so when you're connecting, that creates an energy in itself. So I equate that to, if you've ever been to a surprise party and you're waiting to surprise this person, and then you're getting all these butterflies in your stomach and you're maybe feeling anxious and nervous, that's feeling energy of people. That's feeling the energy of an environment. And so when you have that, you really want to understand that it's not like an anxiety, like that you're experiencing anxiety. It's that you have to just be mindful that you're in an environment with lots of people and lots of energy. But on the other side, which is so fascinating, we have the energy that brings all of our loved ones. So now you've got energy that's coming through for all of the loved ones that want to attend and to be there to witness this exciting event. And the same is true for events that are more challenging for us, such as, funerals or somebody being ill and things like that, because we've all experienced that, unfortunately, with our families and loved ones. And so the energy, too, will enhance around those times. And so you've got your emotion, you've got the environment, and then you have the energy of the spiritual realm, which is your loved ones and angels and guides. So can you imagine how much is going on at that time of year, and you're expecting to be, even keel and everything is going great and everything goes perfect without a hitch. So I guess I challenge you this holiday season to really kind of separate what it is that you are feeling. Are you feeling on the energy of the people? Are you feeling on the energy of the environment or the event? Or are you thinking that you're feeling the energy of your loved ones that are in spirit? And so really start to identify what it is that you're picking up, because I guarantee you're going to be able to hone in on your own skills and really, really start to pick up more messages. As well, it takes some of that energy that drains us. some people really, really thrive in the environment with lots of people and lots of love and lots of connection. And then empaths tend to retreat. So as much as they want to look and be, really excited to be around people, it's actually so physically demanding that they become very drained. And so, they may not be able to stick around for long, and that's okay. And so here are some of the things that we can do. So when we're talking about preparing for energy and how we can kind of, embrace the next several weeks, what we want to do is we want to set boundaries, number one. It is okay to not attend every holiday party and every, dinner out. You don't have to attend something. Empaths tend to feel like they have to please other people or else they're letting them down. And to an extent, I think as long as you just explain that you're not coming, but thank you for the invite, that there are ways around it without causing an awkward moment, because empaths don't like awkward moments and they don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. So setting boundaries, and boundaries are amazing for anybody. It doesn't matter if you're an empath or not. Really setting boundaries is something that will help you feel like you're really living up to the expectations that you've set for yourself. And when we live up to an expectation that we've set for ourselves, we don't feel disappointed or stressed or lacking. We actually feel validated and we feel like we've accomplished something. So got your boundaries set. So now what? Now you're going to look at how you protect your energy. So you're going to really kind of meditate. You're going to balance out. Maybe you want to ground. Grounding is funny. I'm actually sitting on the floor right now in my living room, and this is making me feel grounded. I feel nice and comfy and cozy. Because actually here in Niagara Falls, Canada, it's snowing right now. So I wasn't about to go outside and stand in the grass. Although, I also found the snow is very calming for me as well. Now, so anything that you do that makes you feel comfortable, maybe it's going for a drive, listening to music, having a bath, all of those things are very clearing and grounding of your energy. And if you're balanced and grounded, you can handle a lot more. And you can probably attest to that. If you've already got, everything snowballing and all of these crazy things going on in your day, it doesn't take much to send you over the edge and cause frustration or stress or, disappointment in your day when you've already got so many things in a momentum. And so if you can balance and clear that out, you can handle a lot more. So when you've got the opportunity, you're going to come home from a large group event, or maybe it's work, or maybe it's visiting one person. It doesn't matter. Whatever your energy has been expended on, you'd like to follow it up with some clearing. So I like to wash my hands with cool water after every connection that I make. It doesn't matter if I'm outside talking to a neighbor, or if I'm at, my local department store, or if I've just finished a reading. I like to wash my hands in between each reading as well. It really clears the energy. And it's a really great fix in a time when you can't actually go for a long bath or a long shower. And so any of those things are really valuable, especially in the holiday season, to kind of reboot your energy. And I think that it's so important that you just say no. Just say no, set your boundaries, and then also set time frames for how long that you want to attend a certain thing, or how long that you're going to be able to engage in that energy. If you know that you can only do 3 hours, then when 3 hours comes, even if you're feeling high off the energy from the time, knowing that when you get home, you're going to kind of come down off of that and feel like an energetic hangover, so to speak. Basically, that's you pushing your limits. So kind of stick with it and make sure. Now, you also want to dissolve any cords to any energy that you have connected to. And I'm going to talk about that in later shows and how we can do more of a clearing and cutting or dissolving of cords very gently. And I am just absolutely so excited to share with you all of these little tips and tidbits that I've learned through the years, because it helps me so much to understand, how are other people experiencing energy? And that's why I love to hear other people's stories. I absolutely love it. And so when they show up and they share this information with me, and I can help people through spiritual growth coaching, the workshops that I offer, I really get so much more out of it than they probably do, to be honest, because you know what? I love learning and I love engaging with people, and helping somebody understand their abilities is like priceless to me. Like it is absolutely priceless, because I understand from a very personal perspective what it felt like to be there. And I'll tell you, I don't take any interaction with somebody for granted. It doesn't matter who you are. When you cross my path, I will learn from you. And I hope that I grow better from it. And so that's why I'm here. And that's why I've decided that I'm going to do light work. And this is what really just gives me the love in my heart to be able to share with you the stuff that I've learned and the information I get. So primarily as a medium, I connect to people who've departed. And so I hold a very, very high ethical standard for myself and how I share information with people's loved ones. So I don't like to rush. I really like to give people the time that they need to hear the messages. I do evidential mediumship, so I like to provide validating key facts about their loved ones so that they know who I'm speaking of. So because of this, this does take a lot of energy out of me, of course, and anybody out there who also does medium type readings. But what I am able to really kind of gain out of it is that I'm giving. So it doesn't matter how much energy it takes and how long the session goes. I really just need to make sure that that message is delivered. And so I really absolutely feel like if you want more information about that and how I connect, then please visit my website at amber-price.com for more information. And I'm going to be talking in the coming weeks about protection of energy, how energy and emotion might be different, because I hear the words, I have anxiety and I feel anxious, or I'm picking up energy. So I really want to separate what those things are. And this is something that I feel like is something that the people in my workshop really, really love. And this is helping them to become more grounded. And so as you approach your holiday season and as you continue to move through fall season, know that you have lots of resources around you and you can reach out at any time, and that you're not alone. You have validation, you have backup. And so thank you so much for allowing me to join this beautiful community on A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV. I am so excited to be here and share this information with you. And in the coming weeks, we'll get into really some cool topics and deep information. And hopefully where you are, it's not snowing so much, because right now it's still snowing. So, and maybe next time when I see you, I will be able to share that I have a brand new grandson on the way, because he's due any day now. And so we're anxiously awaiting that. Perfect timing. So thank you so much. And I absolutely want to challenge you to that energy challenge that I gave you. And I'd love to hear your feedback about it.
Hi, I'm Dean, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello everyone, this is Fiona, Persian Medium. I am Power, and of course you are guys listening to A1R, and tonight is Avid Show with Psychic Bella Love. Hello Bella, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, sweetheart. How was your day so far? Sounds like you've been busy. For those who actually gave us feedback, we would love to send free minutes, and Abby has always been generous by credit account, or also send the free minutes for an advisor or in behalf of advisors. So how was your connection and feelings with Abby? Aside, how did you feel?
So
like,
good.
what was the response, or better say feedback from your client?
My clients have been loving this site. They say it's so easy to use. And it's funny because I have a lot of clients who use other platforms, and they said like they don't want to use the other platforms anymore because they just feel like even the energy is so much better over on Avid.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I kind of like feel good too when I feel and sense that there is a tons of people that sending me an email and says, well, Fiona, we are so happy that we finally find you, because we've been very sad in the past of couple days and months or so, because you've just been disappeared. And I says, well, I always is around, and you guys can just like go and Google Virgin Medium I Am Power, and I am kind of everywhere. So one person with almost 1.5 million of followers, it's very easy to find. Yeah. So let's see what Dave has for us. I don't know. Hopefully we did not lost connection. No, he's there, because it's not like new Skype. It's just a little bit fishy. Sometimes you feel that, sometimes you feel that maybe, our producer is just gone for party, and then we are in an autopilot. Okay, so now back to studio, and now I have Maria. Hello, Maria from Australia. Hello, Maria. How are you doing, sweetheart?
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing very well. I'm doing very well, sweetie. Gorgeous, give me your date of birth. Me and Bella would love to help you with anything and everything we can. Please give me your date of birth, and then tell me what you want to know of your moment. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, my date of birth is the 23rd of November.
Okay, Maria, we got it.
And do you need the year?
Okay, sweetheart. And what do you want to know? What do you want to know of your moment, sweetheart? What is exactly your question? Is in a spiritual level. What is exactly you have in your heart? What we can do for you tonight?
I'm sorry, I can't quite hear you properly.
What we can do for you tonight? What do you have in your mind?
Oh, okay. Just anything general, really. Whether career, travel, family, what do you see? Just anything, really.
Yeah. So, Bella, I think you can start it, and I'm open the Pentagon because Bella is always very fast with to pick up things, and because you have a lot of beautiful sense, as I know, and you are very vulnerable for that. So please, darling, go ahead for Maria, and I'm trying to open the Pentagon for her as well. Go ahead, sweetie.
Okay. Hi, Maria. I usually prefer people ask specific questions, just because general readings, a lot of information comes out.
So that's okay. If I could have a career, I want to get into self-employment later. I was just wondering, can you see that in my future?
Okay, you said you wanted to get into what kind of employment, hon? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Self-employment.
Oh, that's okay. Self-employment. My own business.
Okay, perfect. I actually do feel that coming through for you. I feel like as we get towards the end of the year, you're going to take bigger steps that are going to take you towards that. It is something that happens for you next year. I'm feeling like around, I want to say June. Fiona might get a different number. She's better at timing than I am usually. But I do feel like as we get towards the end of this year, you are going to make some contacts with people who are going to be able to help you on that path so that you can focus mainly on just working for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So, Maria, I see two things for you. The first one is about that try to focus and have your only focus about that everything is going to be all right. I feel that you have so much fears around because I see in the Pentagon, show me the number 22 and number 1111, which shows about that you are all over the place right now. You are concerned and worried. You really can't focus on whatever you are thinking to do because the fears of losing, the fears of not having the money back, the fears that maybe the result is not going to be the same way or whatever you win, it's just going to make you to feel extremely uncomfortable and sad and disappointed. So all I wanted you to do to shut down the part of your brain that's telling you that maybe it's not going to happen. Maybe you should not do it. Maybe you should listen to that and this person. Maybe that's not actually your idea or good way or any right or nice direction. So any of those negativity or negative thoughts, feedbacks, anything that come from others and even come from your own thought, I wanted you to shut it down. I wanted you to highly focus and make sure that everything is going to be exactly the way as you wish and desire. So the only things that I wanted you right now to focus about, what should I do to make these things happen? I wanted you absolutely to go for it. I don't want you to think in any other things. Just go for it. And then make sure you are not listening to people who told you, oh, I did that too, but I did not succeed. Oh, you know what? I don't think so that it's going to be you or anything like that. Just stay away from negativity, negative people, and anyone and everyone that says you can't. So basically, focus, go, and don't worry about money, finance, or is everything going to be all right?
Okay, excellent. And do you see me moving house at all, like building a house or buying another house?
Yes, there is actually moving for you that coming before 2019, which is I can feel and sense that it would be around November 10, November 15 through actually December 3rd and December 4th, which I can see that around the month of October, a lot of discussion and a lot of movement going to happen about that move. So yes, the movement I can see for you, and it's very clear.
Okay. Do you see is it going to be within the same city I live in, or is it going to be I'll be traveling to move like interstate?
I'm not seeing any traveling. I'm not feeling and sensing even in your pentagon that you're going to travel or you're going to have like a difficult time for anything. So you don't need to be concerned about that. Yeah, everything actually looks good. Yeah.
Okay. And is there any health issues coming up or anything health that you can see?
I feel Bella, as far as I'm concerned in your pentagon, your health is excellent. I don't have any problem with your health. Besides that, I can feel a little bit of your bone, kind of like maybe muscle pains, which is if you have time for yoga, example, if you have time for just walking, you need to do that. But it's not really serious, and I'm not really seeing any serious condition that you may indeed need medicine for to calm down and relax. So all I wanted you to do is just stop to be concerned and worried. You are that type of the person that you're always going to concern and worried about things. You double kind of like think about everything, and you don't know exactly where to go sometimes because it's just killing you, those thoughts. So please stop overthinking your overthinking. Everything going to be just all right, sweetheart. And for more information about me and Bella, you can go to avidadvice.com. And if you sign up tonight, for sure, Avid would love to send you 5 free minutes to talk to any advisor, and of course, Bella and me. Yes, my darling. Do you have any other question?
Travel. Do you see me traveling? Any travel in my future?
Travel for pleasant or pleasure, yes. I can see the pleasure traveling, but I'm not seeing that you are traveling because you have to change your job or you have to change your place. But you are traveling because of a pleasant time together with people that you would love to. Yes, I see traveling. I see trip. Yes, I do.
Do you see where and when?
The where I can see that going to be actually a very nice weather because I see the palms. So you are definitely going to travel in a place that maybe there is a big palm tree. And also I see sunny and beautiful ocean view. That's what I can pick up right now. And the event time, it would be at the end of October, which I can see that you're going to celebrate some good news with comfort your movement or something that you are guys going to discuss about your move. So basically after the 23rd, through actually the 3rd and the 1st of November, I can see that a lot of changes happen, but you celebrate it because you receive in good news at that time, and that's why the travel will happen. So I see the definitely the trip going to happen at the end of October.
Yep, no problem. Yeah, that was all. Thank you very much.
You are very welcome, sweetheart. Thank you so much. Have a great one, and welcome to avidadvice.com. So back to studio. Okay, Bella, we have Billy from Florida. Hello, how are you doing, sweetie?
I'm good.
Awesome. I love your energy. It sounds like you're kind of, I have a tons of questions from Bella. I have tons of questions from Fiona. So, okay, get ready. So we both ready. So we would love to give you anything and everything you would love to know from your life, now, present, future, anything. Just please give us your date of birth and let us to guide you to see where we can go. Go ahead, please.
Date of birth is March 19th, 1972.
Okay. I see that. Okay. Okay, my love, shoot your question.
I'm sorry?
Tell me about your question. Go ahead, please.
Just recently made a big move to another state. I've lived in the same state my entire life, so this has shaken us up, us meaning myself and my family. Just recently have applied for a few jobs. Just kind of wanting to know how the area is going to work for us. Anything I should be looking for? What do you see in our future?
Okay, when I come to the movement, I would just be fast and then Bella can start it too. What I feel and sense that directly when you're talking about move, you did a great, fantastic decision. So congratulations to you and your family. This is that was a very nice decision. Number two, when it comes to fears of if I can find a job, answer directly came from my mind, and the picking of the energies is yes. There is no doubt about it. You will get it. But you have to be patient, and also you have to be positive, because I can see you've been tired, you're still tired, you still need to digest everything around, which is completely new. But the feelings that I have, you are going to receive some good news, which in the Pentagon shows me around actually the 10th through the 23rd of the month of October. So that's why I feel that it come through some company or some place that you may applied already, or someone going to introduce you to that place, which is definitely going to get you in as easy as possible, as you're going to get shocked. So no worries and no craziness about if I'm going to find a job, because the month of October, and I see that you are writing the contract with the new place. Go ahead, Willa, how you feel?
I agree. I was getting October as getting a new job for you as well. I feel like you are in the perfect place for you. I actually see you making new friends too. And do you have children?
Yes, I have a daughter and a grandson.
Okay, because I felt you making friends connected to them, if that makes sense. Like, they go do something and you go with them and you make friends with people there, and it's connected to some sort of like schooling or program, like after school program, something for the kids to do. So I keep getting you actually meeting some people that you really are going to connect with and make really good friends with there. Because you're where you're supposed to be, things are going to line up for you exactly how they're supposed to. You know, you're going to get a job that you really like. You're going to make really good friends. You're going to really enjoy it, because this is where your spirit calls you to be at this point in time.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. And you know what the funny news is for you is, like, when I always tell to all my students, fans, and followers to stop overthinking your overthinking. Then why you are too worried? I understand moving to the new place, new state is a very big decision. A lot of things to digest, a lot of things to think and feel about it. But you know, the one thing that you should know, if you just calm down and relax and feel that I'm thankful and grateful that I'm still alive. I'm thankful and grateful that my children and my grandchildren is still around me. I'm thankful and grateful for everything that God gave it to me right now at the moment. And sending thank you to every single blessing that you have, which is I always tell to my fans and followers, please write it down for things that you are so thankful and grateful for right now at the moment, right at the moment. So anything that comes to you to your mind about thankfulness and gratefulness, just focus on them. And don't allow any negativity or come, because we are human beings. It's very easy for us to be all over the place, to thinking all over the place. So what we have to do, we need to change our thought and telling to or train our subconscious mind that always thinking positive. That means you are fake it until you make it. So you always have to train your brain to feel that there is no emergency time. Everything is under control, and you are so thankful and grateful, and no one and nobody can hurt you, your family, or anything. And a new place is going to bring you new happiness, prosperity, abundance, love, new circumstance of people, and everything. May I ask you that why you guys kind of making decision to move from that or from this state to another state, if I may ask?
It has always been my dream to live near the beach. And my husband just doesn't want to be in the cold anymore. So that is why we made the decision to move, and it's been 4 years in the process. So each year, during those 4 years, we kind of put it off, but this time we did it. We put the action out there, he applied for a job, and next thing we know, we're here. So
that is fantastic. That is really fantastic. You see, you're a dreamer, and I love people like you. When you had some dream in the past of 4 years, you just think and thought about it, you talked to your husband, but you know what? You're strong. You have a beautiful, strong personality. Your spirituality also, it makes me to feel so good. Isn't it, Bella? Do you feel the same?
Definitely. You really have the power to manifest things, too.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
When you feel that your spirit is calling you to something, like you said you had this dream, that's your spirit talking to you, speaking to you, telling you this is where you're supposed to be, and you were able to make that happen. So use and harness that power to work for you.
Yes. And then what the funny part, or good news, but I say it's funny because I can feel and sense you before you call us, you've been kind of a little bit concerned that, oh my God, what type of news should I actually, receive? Are they going to tell me that, oh my God, that type of the move is not good? Oh, this is just this and that. So I can even feel and sense you before you get some answer from us and come to and talk to us. You've been kind of a little bit nervous how to start, and hopefully they're going to be positive about my mood. So yes, my love, we are very positive about your mood. The guidance that I have, from beyond, and also the connection that I have through your Pentagon with the date of birth that you provide is telling me that yes, you guys did an awesome job, and I wanted you to continue. Go to the beach. You want to be close to the beach. Then walk through the beach. Just like be there for half an hour, 45 minutes, maybe 1 hour. Try to manifest. Be there. Water will take away your tense, your negative energies, your uncomfortability, sadness, any sort of things that you may not really digesting right now because it's completely new and scare you. Just talk to ocean. And ocean will take away that tense and anxiety. I promise you, ocean is always going to be helping in many ways, and any ways you would love to, because this is exactly, I always say to everybody, if you're tired, if you're sad, if you are anxious, if you've been depressed for a long time, whatever you have right now, go to the beach, walk, just look at the water, and then manifest, and then ask and receive.
Yeah, exactly. And the water, definitely, you can work with that energy. If you sit there and you meditate as the waves are rolling in and you start envisioning what it is that you're looking for, you can harness that energy to help you make these things that you need, these next steps, the friends, the job for you, maybe you need something for the house, whatever. You can use this energy to work with you to create that energy that you need to surround yourself with to manifest anything, basically, because you have that good energy. So harness it with the water as well.
Yes. And how many times you've been around the beach, though?
As much as I can, but we have some red tide happening right now. So I've been kind of staying away until that clears up, just sending my prayers and blessings to the water, but being safe for myself and my family for right now.
Awesome.
I miss it terribly.
Oh, how about your husband? Is he spiritual too? Is he like the guy manifesting or feeling happy, or kind of, how is his reaction first to that move or move?
Well, at first he was a little reluctant. He really hadn't flipped it in his mind yet. And he had been with the same job for over 20 years. So this means a complete new start, at our ages.
Wow.
So,
Okay.
and he's already started his job, and he's had just a little bit of bumps since he started. So,
is he type of engineer or kind of like a science guy?
He is. He's into labor, construction.
Okay. So I kind of feel that he's happy. So you should not be worried about him. To be honest with you, when you just start talking about him, what I'm picking exactly right now at the moment, he's happy. So you should not be worried about him. So, and you should never feel that, I may force him to leave the job that maybe, he used to for 20 years, and now I'm asking to do, maybe he's not happy. No, he's happy. So stop worrying yourself. All I wanted you to do is just thinking about yourself, baby. Okay? So stop blaming yourself, because would you made this decision really help you and your family to stand in the ground, and I feel extremely happy for all of you. So you made a very strong, beautiful, and awesome decisions for yourself and everybody around you. So you should really feel blessed. Never blame yourself and never feel down and uncomfortable, because maybe someone or somebody going to tell you that, because of you, we are here. Because of you, I lost this and that. Because of you, I don't have any friend here. It's completely a normal behavior, and it's always happening in between husband and wife, and it's just very normal. Try to just not listen, move from the door or from the room, and I promise you, after a couple of hours and maybe day, he will come back to you, kiss you, and says, I love you. That is who he is.
Thank you.
I see that. You had a lot of pressure. I can see that your toes come up, and I'm happy that you do, because when you are, I feel that you press yourself a lot. You see, Bella, I see that she just really suffered for everything around her, and she was kind of felt lonely and not knowing exactly how to express, her feelings, because she wants everybody to feel good and happy. But now, the beginning of everything, you're always getting stress, and that's all I wanted you to do from now on. Meditate for 5-10 minutes. Shut down those negative energies and thoughts that come to you, and blame. Don't blame yourself. People who are telling you right now that maybe you did the wrong decision, or because of you we did this and that, they're going to kiss your hand and say, thank you so much for this decision. And it will happen at the end of this year. Okay? Just hang in there, my love.
I feel like you guys
been
are
up
going to be
and
sitting
down
around
emotionally here, and there, and it's totally different atmosphere, culturally,
It's normal. If we have a big dream, we have to give away something to receive something. So we can't have both. Okay, so we have just 60 seconds. Oh my God. So my love, you can find me and Bella on avidadvice.com. Just sign up right now and get your 5 free minutes. Thank you so much. And we are here for you anytime you need us. You are not alone. You are there. Okay, this is me again, Fiona. And this is Psychic Bella Love to say goodbye and see you next Thursday. Have a great one and bye.
Bye, guys.
callers, and hello, students. This is Fiona, Persian medium. I am Power. Another night, another amazing time, and of course, A1R Radio Network. So, before I take any callers, would love to share a couple of my experience when it comes to I don't know if I can. I don't think so you can. I wouldn't suggest you to go for that. Oh, my experience is about that when I tried, really, I couldn't succeed, so maybe you shouldn't. So there's tons of insecurities, limitations, and also a little bit of, I don't know what to do, and can you please help me where I am and what kind of career I should change or found or whatever. So I want to tell you one thing. This is actually my own experience. I wanted you to not listening to anyone. Of course, we should listen to people with experiences and telling you exactly what to do or not to do when it comes to risk and investment and other stuff. But when it comes to you want to change and challenge yourself, and because your neighbor, because your parents, because your sister, because your brother, because your coworker, because your competitions couldn't make it, then maybe I can't do it either. So try to remove that type of feelings and philosophy that because others couldn't, that maybe I can't either. All I wanted you to do is like try it, believe it. And it also depends on how much you want that things will be the way as you want and the way as you wish. If you wish big, if you actually offer yourself a best ever timing of life to make yourself the happiest and the greatest and the wealthiest and the healthiest, then you are going to invest on your will. The willpower, the energy that you are going to spend, the feeling that how far you can go is all up to you. No one can tell you what to do or not to do. The only person can approve and tell you if you are going to and you can is you. I wanted you to believe in yourself. I wanted you to trust yourself. I wanted you to be brave and take opportunities, even when you feel or felt that others told it's not going to happen. So, the most amazing time in my life was when people told me I can't, and I proved that I can. So I know you're going to enjoy that timing as well. When people telling you, you can't, don't even go there, and then you show that you can. And you can, of course, go there and be the one that you want. So there is also another things that I would love to exchange with you guys is about the matter of timing. So sometimes we just like not in the right time. Kind of like if I taught like 2 years ago, maybe I couldn't even actually go there or try that type of things. Now I'm more mature. I know exactly what I want. I know my willpower. I know what kind of circumstances, opportunities, and other things I have. So it depends on what you want and how you want and how badly you want, and also timing. You can get what you want. So as I always say to my students and also to my clients, there is no impossibility. There is no impossible. Everything is possible. So we do not have any village of impossibility. We have a village of possibilities. So everything is possible. Just try it at least one time and don't listen to those people who send negative energies and knows already that they would never ever try it because they are lazy, because they are not brave enough, because they do not invest in their life. So back to studio, and now I have Sarah. Hello, Sarah. How are you doing? From California. Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
Good. Sweetheart, Welcome to A1R and welcome to Fiona's show. So it was so pleasure to talk to you, Sarah. Before I start my show and my reading for you, gorgeous, I need to know about your date of birth, and also I need to know what you have in your beautiful mind and what I can do for you tonight. Go ahead, sweetheart.
My birthday is September 29th, 1980.
Okay.
And in my mind is a lot of confusion.
Okay.
On
I see that.
Where my journey in life is supposed to be.
Okay.
And
Sarah, my love. I want to ask you two questions. The first question, the first things that I can see in the Pentagon is about something that related to money and finance, which actually making you to feel very kind of discomfort, not happy, a little bit mad, upset, a lot of I didn't know exactly what to do. I didn't know where to go, and kind of blaming others. So I wanted you to first remove one thing immediate with me right now tonight. Stop blaming others, okay? I understand that people having a very strong impact in our life, especially when we talking about money and finance, because sometimes negative people can change our life completely to the nastiest way. Sometimes one positive person can change our life to the best ever way. But whatsoever and wherever you are today, I wanted you to change this type of the feelings and connection that, oh, if I did not listen to that person, if I wasn't really in that matter or that place, maybe I could be better now. So, done is done. Life, it's moving forward. Every day is a new day. Every minute of our life is a new minute and every second actually of our life. Every single actually second that we're just breathing is absolutely a new and fresh life. All I wanted you to do when it comes to blame, stop blaming others, because when you blame others, or especially blame yourself, because if you just could make that decision at that time, if you could just say yes to that or no to that, so maybe you just could be better right now or just like being in a better place. So all I wanted you to just drop the anxieties of, drop the stress and drop the craziness of if and maybe and if or maybe or should. Just let it go of all those words, okay? All I wanted you to do to connect yourself with money, and also, as you know, that money is energies. Energies is everywhere. It's just going back and forth. It's just starting somewhere. So that's what I wanted you to completely feel and sense and connect to that energies right now. And don't worry about future when it comes to, am I going to be, feel good? Am I going to have wealthy enough, or am I going to have enough money in my account? Am I going to have the job that I want? Just stop asking. Now it's time for you to show action. Okay, Sarah? So this is very important, because I think the one block that is standing in front of your way and trying to not allow you to moving forward is about blocking your own energies to just say yes to life, yes to happiness, yes to wealth, yes to health. It's just because you're still afraid, you are kind of like confused and not know exactly what to do and where to go. So stop whatsoever had happened in the past. Past is past. Just yesterday was yesterday. Today is today. Tonight is tonight. Last night was last night. Whatsoever you couldn't do last night, you can do it tonight. Okay? So first step, you forget about what happened last night. You stop blaming yourself and stop blaming others. And what you need to do right now is just stand up and just tell to yourself that exactly what you want to be, where you want to go, and exactly what is your goals and desires is. That is exactly what I wanted you to write it down somewhere, to make yourself to understand exactly what you want of your life. Okay? That's the one thing.
Okay.
Then, Sarah, I come another things about, I see that you are confused about kind of moving. I see them moving. I don't know if it's the moving place to place, or is it the moving to some other state? It's something that you want to change completely just because you want to refresh yourself doing something. Well, if you have anything that will changing your life from A to Z, like tomorrow, if you really feel that if you are changing that place, changing that house, changing that department, changing that anything that has to do with change and challenge, I wanted you to do it tomorrow, or at least thinking about it, because this is what I can see. It will open all doors to your happiness. Now, Sarah, there is two things that actually come to the right side of your pentagon. It's telling me about emotion and also feeling very down, depressed, and not happy. No desire of continuing, no desire to feel good. Now, Sarah, tell me what makes you to go there, what makes you to feel this way, and why you are so confused about your emotional feelings.
I've been going through, I've been divorced now for 3 years, and the confusion of am I where I'm at, where I'm supposed to be in life? And I actually am putting my house on the market tomorrow because I struggle with the emotional attachment that the energy the house brings from my marriage. And this is where I started my marriage. We raised our kids, but then it's also the place where my marriage ended as well. And so I've had a lot of confusion with that part of making choices, and then as well as not being able to let go of the emotions of bitterness and I don't want to use hate, but the dissatisfaction from the place of where my marriage ended, and that I can't move forward from that. I'm still in I have a lot of negative energy towards him, and it affects our day-to-day lives, and we have children involved. So
I understand.
That makes it really hard.
Sarah, I understand that. I understand you completely, baby, and I understand that is not something, I mean, when people says, oh my God, don't worry about that, everything is going to be all right, hon. And, you should not be worried about it. You're going to forget about it. So it's just not going to happen for one night. And you have to tell you, whatsoever had happened in between you both and what he did to you that making you to feel that hateful and, down in every areas of your life right now, maybe is not really forgivable. But at the same time, what you need to do, maybe it's kind of not time for you to forgive him right now, especially even your guys have children, it doesn't matter, but you have to get over it. And sometimes we get over things with time. We can't get over just like that. We can't just, especially when you are too emotional, when you actually give away 100% of your life and your heart, when you try to do everything that goes from your power to make this man be the happiest and the healthiest and the wealthiest and the whatsoever in the earth, and instead that you get something back, you just like gain some, nasty feelings and kind of like destroy your even own insecurities, or better say confident and everything. I understand you completely, Sarah. That's why my recommendation to you is stop even thinking about that I have to forgive him, I have to move on, I have to let it go, because you can't forgive someone that you hate so much. You need time. Time will make you to feel that you can moving forward. Maybe sometimes you need about 6 months or 1 year. Maybe you need another 3 years. Maybe you need the 4 years. The only things that you should not forget is about that you are the mom, and you have to be a mom. Your role as a mom will never change, okay? Your name is mom. So as a mom, you would do everything what goes from your power to benefit your children, okay? No matter what. But you still can hate the man that you've been together. You still can hate the man that you have children with. That's perfectly fine. But when it comes to children, you have to always see what's gonna be the best for them. If I'm gonna cooperate with him now for just like 4 minutes of text messages, or maybe just hearing just the voice, just like exactly what he gonna says about our son or about our daughter or whatever it is, it's okay. I can do it just for my kids. So try to stay away from him, because I can see that you are guys having so much energy involved. I can see that there is so much memories involved. For you, it's not easy to say goodbye and say let it go. It's very hard. I understand you have good memories, you have bad memories, you have also memories that you don't even want to remember anymore. But now it's time for you to just let time came in the middle of you and him and all the pain that he caused you to let you moving forward to your own life. Okay? So don't force yourself that I have to forgive him, I have to forget, I have to let it go. Because when you force yourself and when you are not happy with that force, when you are not ready with that force, instead that you feel relief, you get stress, you get an interest, you get an anxiety, and it's going to be more hate came actually to your mind and your body. So all you need to do is just stop telling yourself that you have to do it because of that. All you need to just force yourself about it is about your children and your name is mom. And that's it. Anything that related to him, about him, kind of, creating around him, whatsoever has to do with him, just you need to let it go. Just don't think about it. Don't force yourself and just stay calm the way that you are, Sarah. And I wanted you to sell this house. Remember when I told you any change and challenge that I see and I feel for you, moving forward, moving from the place to other places, it's good for you, okay? Even you feel that you have lots of, emotional attachment, but let go of those emotional attachment because the one thing that you remember, tomorrow is a new day. Next week is going to be the new week. Next month is going to be the new month. And next year is going to be the new year. And how do you know that you're not going to be in the place that somehow you just say, thank God that you gave me these opportunities to let go of this man of my life because now I found the real one. Now I'm the happiest mom and happiest woman in the earth because now I know exactly who I am with today and what I can do for my life. I know that right now it's kind of impossible for you to just even think about it. That am I going to be happy again? Am I going to trust any man again? Am I going to be, the woman that I want? Yes, my answer to you, both emotionally, psychically, and whatsoever we can name on Sarah is about yes, you can. Yes, you are going to see the man that you want to be with. Yes, you are going to be proud about your actually whatsoever you are choosing between. So that's why I'm telling you. All I wanted you to do, Sarah, first, don't force yourself to forgive him and move on. Just let it go. When we're talking about him and whatsoever you are guys having in between you and him, just try to feel that he never exists and he died for you and is gone, okay? The only person that you are thinking is your children or persons is your children and you are the mom and that's it. You need to get rid of every single memories that you have together with your children and others. That's all I wanted you to do. Let go of your past. Let go of your feelings. Let go of things that making you to feel miserable. Not about him, about you. I'm talking about you. I'm not talking about him. Now, and every single minute that you are thinking about what he did to you, just distract yourself. If you're just listening to your heart again and feel about oh my God, my heart bleeding when I just feel and sense exactly what he said to me, what he did to me, what I did, you can change anything. You can go back. That's why you need to moving forward just for yourself, not for him. And you do need to forgive him right now, but with time, you are going to heal and forgive. That's why my recommendation to you is you are focusing on yourself first. You are thinking about yourself first. Your well-being, Sarah. You need to change and challenge yourself to the new position of life. You are going to jump from the old circle to the new circle. Then close your eyes, jump, and says, now I am jumping because I want to have a better life. I want to feel healthier. I want to actually receive respect. I don't want to be just a giver because I'm getting tired to be just a giver. I need to do everything what goes from my power to tell everybody I am worth it enough to be a woman in somebody's life that could just tell me every single morning and say I love you for who you are and I respect you for who you are, not someone that trying to, with the narcissistic and crazy personality, make me to feel down. So indeed, I wanted you to do it for tonight, and I wanted you to stay away from all the confusion that you have tonight. My advice is get rid of all your past, everything and anything. It will, like one spoon that you just remind yourself about him. Anything that reminds you about him, I wanted you to get rid of it. Okay? So don't be attached by the house. Don't feel that you have to stay. Just let it go. It's time for you to heal. And you are not going to heal if you still stay with those memories. The beauty of memories of things is about your children. That they burn there, they just like grow there and all this stuff. Other than that, I wanted you to not remind yourself about anything. That's all I wanted you to do, Sarah. Do you think that you are able to do?
Yes, it took me 3 years, but I finally made the choice to have the agent come tomorrow to list the house for sale.
Awesome. I promise you, Sarah, when you're selling the house, kind of like you just signing and just say goodbye to that. I promise you, the day that you are signing, the day that you are just taking all your stuff out, you are going to feel so much relief that you can't even imagine. That's why. Don't let any type of attachment, emotional attachment, stop you to succeed. Stop you to be the one that you always wanted to be. Don't let those attachments making us or making you to feel down and worried about future, because your future is shining together with your kids. Without him, not with him. You should be happy that you really get rid of this man from your life. I don't know how you could deal with the narcissist man. I don't even understand how you could even deal with it. But I have to say congratulations, because it is great. But it's time for you to move on, because your body and your brain needs rest, and find a better way to communicate with yourself and with God. And you know you have a purpose that you came to this life. That's why choose that purpose, and stop bugging yourself. Stop having crazy attachment to something that is not really worth it anymore. Life is changing every day. Every single minute and moment, you need to follow. Other than that, life will follow you. And that may not going to make you to feel good. You need to follow life, because when you follow life, you change your destiny by your own decision. But when you letting life follow you, the life will give you the most painful experience that you ever thought and imagined for. So follow life, that you at least have a choice to choose in between. You got it, baby?
Yep.
I'm proud of you because you stand for your children. I'm proud of you because even when you was depressed, you could do everything that goes from your power to bring happiness and love to your family. Even you felt that there is no way that you could even do it, but I'm very proud of you. You make it. You did that. Be proud of yourself, and congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
And one is you. You and your children. Sarah as a woman, and Sarah as a mom. And Sarah as somebody that's going to be in some other person's life that indeed needs Sarah and understands Sarah the way that she wants, and value Sarah's energies, beauty, and smart, and everything and anything that belongs to Sarah. Not the one that not knowing exactly who you are. The man that you've been with, he doesn't know you at all. And I think God helped you to open your eyes and change him immediate, or better say, God or universe wanted you to just jump from the old circle to the new circle to be happiest. That's what I wanted you, Sarah, to continue your goal and your path without him, but together with your kids, and enjoy your life every single second and moment. Try to take your day, try to take your time day by day. Take yourself day by day. Don't think about what's going to happen to me and my children in about 10 years. What's going to happen to us about 5 years. Day by day. Day by day. That's all. So now I have 90 seconds, my love. So for private information, you guys can go to PersianMedium.com, A1R Network, and also AvidAdvice.com. Wish you guys the best. And remember, tomorrow is a new day. And every day, we became as a new person. You can do it. And I know Sarah can as well. Have a great one, and bye.
Welcome back to the Ask Rebecca radio show. Sorry about that. I was busy running my mouth. Let's see here. Let me get situated. Okay. All right. Here we are. Hello. I hope everyone had a great week. We are officially in the month of November. We are still in a lot of Scorpio energy, which can bring about a certain intensity and moodiness to situations, especially emotional ones. I am a Scorpio, so I completely am at home in this energy, but you may find yourself and others more moody, emotional, and maybe behaving more intensely than usual. It will be a month mixed with some really wonderful energies, but those are more towards the end of the month. And those have the potentials to they have the potentials to expand love, money, self-esteem, and optimism, while some of the more uncomfortable energies that create drama and stress, those will be sprinkled throughout the month and more so towards like now, this week or so. And then, yeah, I would say this first part, like the first week, and then the rest of it is a little sprinkling throughout the month here and there. There is a caution with thinking before you speak, since people will be more sensitive. So really be mindful of what you're about to say, right? Sometimes we react emotionally and we blurt things out, and it could come across harshly, or it could come across with a tone. You know, we all love that tone. So really be mindful of that. And you could be overcoming some emotional hurts. There could be clashes with ideas, ideals, or arguments happening over different beliefs. Material gains through spiritual pursuits and support from others is also going to be coming about. So if you have a spiritual practice and you are actually doing that for a living, like myself, you can see some material abundance coming your way because of that. And since we are still in Mercury retrograde, which is also in Scorpio, yay, you could experience or see issues with your cell phones, computers, the internet, transportation, and maybe some accidents. So really pay attention to what you're doing. Be mindful. Try to be present in the moment. We will also begin to feel the eclipse energy that's happening on December 26th. So you could start to see a cycle of completion with things that began in 2018 happening between now and the middle of 2020. So again, it's stuff that you might have, seeds that you might have planted in 2018. Maybe you start seeing those come to fruition, or they have basically run their course, so they're ending. Same thing with any kind of dramas or challenges that you've been in since 2018. You'll start to feel that energy lift and it coming to a close. And it's, like I said, it could last until the middle of 2020. Lots of intense energies. Surf those waves the best that you can. My advice is go with the flow, stay present in the moment, and tackle issues as they arise, right? There's no point in worrying about things before they happen. Let's get into what you can expect from tonight, November 7th, through to November 14th. As an overall theme, and then areas of love, work, finances, health, and spirituality. General themes for the week: love, the glue that holds everything together. It's the most powerful energy that exists, and it will be transforming you, your life, the people around you, and everything that it touches. The energy will be strong. Expect everything that isn't of the highest vibration of love to be purged from your soul, your life, your existence, right? It could be emotional purging. It could be jobs. It could be homes, relationships, everything and anything that is standing in your way to embody love and to be able to receive love. It could be intense for some, especially if you don't like change. If you have a difficult time with change,
you probably will be feeling uncomfortable this week, or and it could maybe lead into the week after, but I'm not 100% positive about that just yet. So look, this is happening so that you can receive love at this current frequency, right? The energies keep intensifying, and they're going to continue to be of higher vibrations. And that's when we go through, like, you know, a layer of purging, then everything kind of settles down, you integrate it, and then right when you get comfortable again and everything seems to be working out, here comes another wave of energies that come in and kind of knock you off kilter a little bit. But the beautiful thing is, you should start to see that as you're working through stuff, now you're not going through the purging process anymore. Now it's coming in a different way, right? The power of love will only intensify as it does. More and more love light is forcing the darkness out of the shadows to be healed and transformed. But as you're allowing that to happen, there's going to be less and less that needs to be healed and needs to be transformed. So then this energy is when you really start feeling blissed out, and you're feeling content, and you're feeling peaceful. So hang in there. We're kind of like an onion, you know. You go to the Outback Steakhouse and you get a bloomin' onion, and it opens up like this in different layers. Well, that's what we're doing. We're working from the outside layers to the core. So it's a process, it's cyclical, it's spiral in nature. So you're going to have to come up against a couple of things here and there multiple times as you're working through of these things and letting them go. So allow yourself to be healed, receive the love, and stand strong. Don't let dramas in your life and the world impact your focus, your strength, and the truth of who you are and what you want to accomplish. And this will be a time to silently watch as new doorways begin to open while other ones close. And you'll know when to take action. For now, it's time to just kind of let go of things, or transform them, right? Like if some things maybe don't need to be let go of, but they just need to be approached in a new way, or you need to look at it from a new perception with a new set of eyes. So work on that. Purge yourself the way you would clean out a closet or a cupboard full of old clothes that don't fit anymore and food that's expired. So look at your beliefs, look at your emotional reactions and triggers, look at who you surround yourself with, look at what you attract into your life, and start getting rid of the people, things, and situations that are holding you back and holding you down. And look at where you're holding yourself back and down because of self-limiting beliefs. A change is needed, and it's coming whether you want it or not. And this week is straight up about transformation and change. Destruction followed by renewal, and it comes from the energy of love that is cleansing all that is not helping you get closer to the truth of who you are. It's nothing to fear, and in fact, the more you embrace and receive this divine love, the sooner you'll be seeing those doorways open for you more frequently, and it just becomes easier. I know it sounds weird, and how is that possible? But it is. It really is. So don't look at those things, those challenges, and what feels like destruction happening as a negative. It really is a positive. Embrace it. It'll make it so much easier. Those of you who have been feeling stuck and like nothing is moving forward in your life, this energy is going to show you where you've not realized you've been keeping yourself stuck because you've been too afraid to just make a decision, any decision, to get you moving forward again, which would require you to make a decision and take some action steps so that those blocks can be released. You are the block. You are blocking yourself. You are holding yourself back. You are the block, right? So you hold the keys to your freedom, always have, and you always will. Lastly, control issues will also be coming up. you'll need to look at them, and you need to deal with them in whatever way necessary to help you relinquish control and realize the only thing you can control is yourself through your choices. You choose what you feel, you choose who you date, you choose who you socialize with, you choose what you eat, you choose what to buy, what to wear, when to sleep, when to talk, what to drive, when to walk, when to run, when to cuss, when to go to the bathroom, when to have babies or not, you choose to use protection or not. You see how many choices that you make? And those are just a handful. You're literally making thousands of choices in a matter of a day. And you make so many of them, yet some of you believe life is happening to you and or that you can control other people's choices, right? So that's a false illusion. You can only control yourself. In summary, it may be an intense week for some, and those of you who have done lots of purging and you've been doing the work on yourself and you've been getting real about your baggage and your hang-ups, well, it's going to be a little less intense for you. This is where you could see love coming into your life in a more positive and abundant way versus a clarifying and purging way. Work, for those of you employed, unfortunately, I do feel like some people may be laid off or terminated this week. A few of you may actually decide to quit. And those of you that are unhappy may start figuring out a plan of action to make a career change, or maybe an employer change, or maybe you decide that you are going to work for yourself. And those of you who have been feeling trapped at your job, you finally put two and two together and have the realization that you're afraid to leave because of whatever security you feel there, but you can choose to move on. And if you did, you'll probably be happier. You know, my advice would be just don't quit before finding another job. Take your time to find the perfect fit that is going to bring you more happiness, that's going to be more connected to something that you feel passionate about, and that will bring more money into your life. You know, take your time to find that perfect fit, but at minimum try. There's, you know, what's the harm in applying at different places while you still have a job? And I do feel like you will be pleasantly surprised. Those of you that are looking for a job, I'm not really feeling too much for those of you looking. We are coming up on the holiday season, so there may be more temporary jobs that are available that I feel like you can get involved in and do while you continue the job search, right? And don't shy away from Uber, Lyft, Wag, DoorDash, Amazon deliveries, Poshmark, Etsy, and other quick start and quick paying jobs to just supplement your income until something better comes along. And, you know, those are gigs where you would basically make your own schedule. So you could always keep them even if you have a full-time job or another part-time job. My perspective is some money coming in is better than no money coming in at all. So, you know, consider those alternatives to help you temporarily. Love, those of you that are in committed relationships and dating seriously, it could be a rocky time in relationships, especially if you've been unhappy and you're holding on to one out of fear of losing some form of security, whether it be financial security or a fear of being alone. If you don't choose to make a change, it will stay the same, and you could live another 50 plus years, right? Depending on your age. And with technology, you know, we might be living well into our hundreds, and you're going to wake up every day being unhappy. I don't know. Take a look at that. Think about that. Some of you may get up the courage this week to let go, or you'll be forced to let go because of outside forces. So there could be something that pops up in relationships that basically forces the break for you. Some of you may make some choices to stay and try to keep that magic alive, or at minimum, you're talking about how unhappy you are in the relationship so that change can actually happen, right? If you're not facing it, if you're not talking about it, nothing is going to change. And those of you that are in happy relationships, I'm not really feeling too much drama for you guys at all. It just feels like it's going to be, the usual, whatever your usual pattern is in your relationship. Those of you that are single and dating, I do feel some of you may need to take a time out from dating and reevaluate what type of people you're attracting into your life, and to take a look at the energy that you're actually putting out there. Is it one of neediness, desperation, insecurity, fear, or lust? If it is, you could be attracting the wrong type of people or pushing people away. So really take a look at that. Finances, some may be dealing with financial challenges and maybe making sacrifices this week. Face the situation, ask for help if you need it, and work through the problems one day at a time. Even those of you who may not be having current financial challenges, I do feel like you could see some financial things pop up. Like maybe you need a new water heater, or you need to get a new set of tires, or some other kind of unexpected bigger ticket item that you weren't, it's not something you purchase frequently. It's not something that's part of your budget. It's one of those things that just kind of happens and it puts a little dent into your cash flow. And I also feel like someone may lose their wallet. So pay attention to your wallets this week. Health, stress in all caps this week, manage it, or you could see some physical symptoms in your body. I also feel a few of you just need a hug and some physical contact. If you don't have someone you can hug, go to the animal shelter and volunteer and love on some animals. And also, I'm getting, for those of you who are dealing with a chronic health issue, don't let it define you. Stop reinforcing that you're sick, right? Stop saying, I'm sick, I've got this, I've got that, I've got this. You're just reinforcing that, and you can kind of feel better if you're not stuck in your head about it, and focusing your energy on healing. Spirituality, change and more change. And some could be dealing with really critical, nitpicky, fault-finding people. Set boundaries. And if it's you who is acting this way, get over yourself. It's not attractive. And last thing coming to mind here is, if you don't like something, change it and cultivate a positive attitude as well. That wraps up this week's intuitive messages for everyone. Let me get to tonight's caller. I have Fiona in Kilmore, Victoria, Australia. Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks, Rebecca. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How can I help you tonight?
Just anything, any messages you've got for me would be really appreciated.
Okay, let's see. I feel like you've got a lot going on right now.
I do.
Yeah, I feel like there's sort of different pockets of maybe people in your life and situations where it feels like a little bit of drama, right? It kind of feels like there's some challenges here, and that there's lots of changes happening with certain people in your life. And I feel like the message that I'm getting is that you're holding on too tightly, and you may be fantasizing, or maybe fantasizing isn't even the right word. Maybe it's, how we have that, we build ourselves up and we have so much hope that things will change, or, we just expect things to maybe be a little bit different. And I feel like you might be too immersed in that energy, and you might need to consider really letting go a little bit.
Okay, because I've been in a 22-year relationship, and I'm just deciding if I want to leave it or not.
Ah, okay.
But I don't know how that will affect my kids.
Okay, so I'm not surprised you say that, because I actually felt like your relationship just ended, or is on the verge of ending.
He won't leave.
So look here. Okay, so it's two things that I'm feeling here.
Yeah.
I know that you have obviously a lot of history and a lot of love there, but I feel like in order to survive this relationship, there's a lot of damage control that needs to happen and a lot of communication. And there's a part of me that feels like you guys may be past that. It just almost feels like it might be a little bit too late, right? It's almost like you've already resolved everything within inside of yourself, and you're kind of just like, I don't really want to stay anymore. Like I'm done. But it's the fear.
Yeah, that's how I feel, yes.
Yeah,
he doesn't want it to end, and he's doing everything he can to stay.
Yeah, oh my goodness. It's such a tough situation. Look, the children, I feel are they're resilient, and I feel like they feel what is happening. Are they middle aged? They don't feel really, really young. They kind of feel like maybe somewhere between 10 and 15, somewhere like that.
I have a 5-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 22-year-old.
Oh my Lord. Okay, so your 5 and 6-year-old feel pretty mature for their ages.
Yeah, they are.
They're really, really sharp, and they're really wise, actually, for how young they are.
Like they've been here before.
I'm sorry, what?
It's like they've been here before. They know exactly what's going on.
They actually feel so much more mature than your 22-year-old.
That's funny.
They really are. I feel like they're great. I feel like all your kids are really great. And I do.
Yeah, they are.
I do. They are going to be fine. And I feel like all three of them see the problems, right? They see how disconnected you are in the relationship, and they feel it. And I feel like there's been a lot of arguing going on. I just feel like there's just feels like a lot of tension, and I feel like your nerves are frayed, like
not so much arguing, but the tension. There's been a lot of tension.
Yeah, well, because I think you've moved past, like, on some level, like, I think the arguing has already happened, and you're just at the point where it's like, don't even look at me, don't talk to me, let me just go over here and do the dishes. Like, you're just kind of, like, politely avoiding each other, but it's really uncomfortable.
Yeah. That's exactly how it is.
I feel like you have nothing to lose by walking away. I know maybe financially you're concerned about things. I do feel like you will be okay. And I do feel you can get to a point where you can co-parent. And I think both of you want to split up. Honestly, I feel like both of you do.
Yeah, I do. He tells me he doesn't, and he won't move out. I'm actually not working at the moment. My youngest is starting school next year, and my the 6-year-old is in prep. So I'm not working. So that is one of my big concerns. How do I financially do it?
Right. So you definitely, I feel, would need to get a job before you leave. So this is something, look, it's hard. I just feel like you're completely done with the relationship. And even though he said, like, I know, like, there's a part of him that doesn't want to split up, but I feel like the other part of him, he's just tired of the uncomfortable awkwardness and not, you're just not, you're roommates. But you've even gotten to the point where
we don't even share a room.
Right, like you're just like strangers living under the same roof that happen to have children together. So
yep.
I feel like, look, he's not a horrible guy. I feel like he's willing to work with you.
No, he's not, and he's a great dad.
Yeah, and he will co-parent, and I feel like he would give you the opportunity to stay under the same roof, find yourself a job, or figure out something that you could do on your own to make money. I feel like he's even willing to kind of do a trial separation to see, you know, if you really do want to break up permanently.
He has got a place to stay, and he stayed there 2 nights, and he just refuses to go. He just wants to stay here.
So he tried, and it's not working for him.
For one night, he tried.
Yeah, you know what? He's got a lot of fear, too. I think he's afraid of being alone. And, of course, he loves you, and you have the kids, and I think he's worried about that. Look, I mean, if you want, you can email me at askrebeccatoday@gmail, and I'll give you a relationship book. It might have some pointers in there where you can get on the same page a little bit while you temporarily work through this.
I keep saying to him, I'm happy to co-parent together because I believe kids need both parents in their life.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We are about to get cut off. Fiona, email me and I'll give you a book. I think you're going to be all right either way with whatever decision. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. I will see you next week. Bye.
Hi, I'm Tracy, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hi, good evening. I'm Anna Olson here on Insights into Consciousness. I'm your host tonight here on A1R Radio. I am doing readings tonight, just all readings, and I want to focus on intuition. And if you have had any spiritual experiences, first off, I just wanted to say that the number one question I get from people from a religious background, especially of the Christian faith, anybody who has read the Bible, follows the Bible, I got it again tonight when I was doing a reading, and that is, if the Bible says X, Y, Z, how is it that you justify still using Christ consciousness and being Christian and doing readings as a psychic medium? And the answer is very, very clear every single time. The answer is always that we all must use our discernment. We are all born with an innate, inherent discernment, which will tell us specifically what is good and what is bad. It is our job and our responsibility to be able to weed out good and bad people, whether it be at a church, and trust me, there are always good and evil people running and attending any religious place. Don't let anybody fool you. The most, how can I say this? The people who harm the most and the people who do the most damage are the ones that are usually the most manipulative, and they take advantage of people. They appear nice. They're not your ugly pirate in the corner, okay? They are outwardly usually very manipulative, very graceful, charming. They look clean. They look amazing. They usually are very attractive. And by the way, that is another way that they gain manipulation, is through their appearance, sexuality, and basically getting people's attention, either being attractive to them personally or sexually. That is a very big manipulating tool that these personality disordered people, or people who don't have your best interest at heart. So again, I go over it and I just go over it and go over it, that it's important to learn how to use our own innate, inherent, built-in compass. And that is building our own spirituality, and that is our responsibility. We can't leave it up to, like, let's say a pastor of your church every time you have communication with someone. If you go on the train, or you're out on the street, or you're at work, or you meet somebody new at a party or someone's house, Can you call up your pastor throughout your life every single time you meet somebody and say, listen, I really need you to tell me if this person's okay or not? No, we don't do that. That's not realistic. So what we do is we use our own compass. We have to practice it. We have to all keep fine-tuning our compass. So I'm going to take a call now. Bridget in Tulsa, Oklahoma. She would like a reading tonight, so I'm going to do that now. Hi, Bridget. How are you tonight?
Hi, I'm wonderful. I got through. I've been trying for a while. Thank you so much.
Oh, yay, you got through. I'm happy to talk to you tonight. So what would you like to focus on?
I'd like a medium reading if you can. Do you do those?
Yeah, I do. I can see what I get.
Okay. That and maybe guidance or
guidance. Okay. Now, first of all, I'm getting a female. I'm kind of getting mom or grandma. First off, and I'm not sure if that is. I think she seems more like a grandma presence, and she's really sweet. She's got glasses on. I mean, most of them do, but she is. See, if she feels to me more like a. I would say, first of all, let me get your feedback. Is this ringing a bell?
Well, yeah, I have a couple of grandmas. I was pretty young when they passed.
Okay, and so
my mom's still living, so it's got to be my grandma.
It has to be your grandma. So sometimes when we go in for a medium reading, the person who you were hoping to hear from doesn't always come through. If you would like me to focus on a specific person, you can, but the people who have the strongest presence and usually the strongest spiritual strength will kind of pop in real quick because they like to make contact. So I'm getting grandma, and she's just basically, the reason why they do that is because they want you to know they're still with you, that they do watch you, that they do have concerns for you, that they are there to guide you. And it's good for us to know that.